Fu Hai's face flickered with a strong unwillingness, but they would not disobey Li's words. While the rain was wailing in pain, the demon's mind gradually recovered. It looked at Yunxiao coldly and began to drag its huge demon body toward Li Fei. Under the sound wave barrier of the dynasty bell, Yunxiao was not affected by the war drum at all. He just watched coldly. Although he had shattered Rain's arm with a single punch, it was still impossible to kill him in the current situation. Fu did his best to split apart the people from the Empyrean One Pavilion who were attacking him from all directions. He retreated in anger and grabbed Tang Jie, who was watching the battle from a distance, and brought him over. Wing, on the other hand, instantly trapped Yuan Sun and took him away with him. Yuan Sun's expression changed drastically as he continuously called for help. However, no one paid him any attention. Mu Wu's face was even more relaxed and gloating at his misfortune. Tang Jie. Qing Luo's expression changed drastically. Tang Jie, stay. She led the three martial venerables and was about to charge forward when Li Bing's cold eyes swept across them. He struck the war drum in his hand, and a sound wave attack visible to the naked eye pushed through the air, coming from a distance and hitting the three of them. The three of them trembled, and their chi and blood became chaotic. Sensing the cold and sharp killing intent in the eyes of the demons, they immediately stopped in the air, not daring to take another step forward. Tang Jie's face turned pale and he leaned slightly towards Li. He would be safer with these demons. If he fell into the hands of the Empyrean One Pavilion, he would be in real trouble. Although the Merchant Union was a whole on the surface, its internal struggles were even more intense than those of the external gangs. Boom! With Li's final strike, the space around them trembled and curled, and they were about to break through the air. Li's cold eyes fell on Yunxiao, as if he wanted to see through him completely and engrave it in his bones. Yunxiao was naturally not afraid of her gaze, but his pupils constricted slightly, as if he had sensed something. Frowning, he said softly, "Don't tell me it's Xianxia." All the demons fell silent. Their expressions returned to normal and they gradually disappeared into the distorted space. The entire sky suddenly quieted down, and everyone fell silent, each with their own thoughts. Qing Luo's look at Yunxiao had also changed greatly. She nodded and said, "As expected of the cousin of a titled martial sovereign. His strength is far beyond my expectations." Everyone then returned to the warship. Qing Luo asked with a gloomy expression, "Everyone, what should we do now? The strength of these demon clansmen is not strong, but that 9th-tier profound armament is hard to match. This time, they have escaped, but the next time, it will be even more difficult to capture Tang Jie." Everyone's faces were silent. They also had no way. It was a huge loss for him to have underestimated the martial royal realm experts earlier, which resulted in more than a dozen of them being annihilated in an instant. Later, Li's war drums had sounded, and many people on the battleship had fainted and had yet to wake up. Everyone looked at each other, unable to make a decision. In the end, all eyes fell on Yunxiao, including those from the Temple of Holy Fire and Mu Wu, who all looked inquisitive. "We've made such a big commotion," Yunxiao said. "I'm afraid we've become the target of public criticism. Tang Jie must continue to pursue them, but don't have any more head-on conflicts with other forces. Try to keep a low profile." Qing Luo's eyes lit up as she said, "That's right. That's how it should be. Why don't we continue to sneak into the void?" Yunxiao was a little speechless. Qing Luo's strength was good, but her leadership ability was not as good as Xin Li's. "There's no need. All the martial artists in the entire demon plains already know of our existence. Let's just move on like this. I'm afraid that we'll lose track of the monster race in the void. Besides, I don't think many people would dare to provoke us." Qing Luo immediately passed down the order and followed the aura left behind by the demon. Now, all the martial artists in the demon's land had a grave expression on their faces. The world-destroying might just now had deeply shocked everyone's soul. They did not know what had happened, and they began to gather at the scene of the incident. "Old Monster Kong, the force just now was too terrifying. Wouldn't it be too dangerous for us to go there now?" Somewhere in the demon plains, Zhou Chun of the Wang Lianjian sect looked in a certain direction and said in surprise, "Even martial sovereigns might not have that kind of world-destroying power." Kong Wu from the Thunder Fire Palace had a gloomy expression on his face. Under the pressure just now, it would be good enough if he could not tremble, let alone fight. However, he still snorted coldly and said, "The might of a martial sovereign is not something you and I can fathom. Don't you think that the more powerful the person is, the more likely Noah's ship will appear? You'll have to be alive to take it." Zhou Chun sneered. "The current situation has already exceeded my expectations. I wish you all a good time. I'll go back first." Kong Wu's body stopped and he stood in the air. He stared at Zhou Chun and said, "You're saying that you want to withdraw?" Zhou Chun felt the hostility from the other party, and his face darkened. He snorted, "What's wrong? Don't tell me you're not allowed to?" The atmosphere between the two of them was a little tense. At this time, the hundreds of martial artists who had come out with them all stopped and began to think seriously. They were just here to join in the fun. Many people didn't understand what they were going to do. But along the way, they all knew that it was for the legendary Noah's ship. For a while, they all had their own thoughts. They had also sensed the world-destroying power just now, and their faces turned pale. It's very simple. Everyone has their own ambitions. Those who want to leave will leave, and those who want to stay will stay. Another martial honor, who had joined in, stroked his beard and said, "A melon that is forcefully picked is not sweet. Those who are willing to continue walking, stand by Kong Wu's side. Those who wish to return, follow Zhou Chun." After he finished speaking, he took a step and stood behind Kong Wu. He smiled and said, "Since I've already come out, I won't go back until I've made things clear. Even if I really die in this demon land, at least I will die for Noah's ship. It's a worthy death." His words immediately attracted many people's approval, but there were also many people who opposed it. Soon, the crowd was divided into two halves, and some were still hesitant. Zhou Chun coldly glanced at the hesitant people, many of whom were martial kings and martial lords. He couldn't help but sneer and said, "If we don't catch up now, I'm afraid we won't even have the strength to walk out of the demon land alone. Damn it, why don't you go and look for the heaven and earth power chart and the 10 great martial sovereign titles?" This immediately woke everyone up. The remaining people's faces all changed, and they all ran behind Zhou Chun in shame and anger. There were also some people who had already joined the battle team, running behind Zhou Chun. Kong Wu's expression was dark and unsightly. He was extremely apprehensive about the unknown numbers in front of him. He hoped that more cannon fodders would boost his courage, but now more than half of them had run away. Zhou Chun sneered and gloated, "Kong Wu, I'll take my leave now. I hope you find Noah's ship and dominate the realm of heavenly martial arts. Don't forget me when you do. Ha ha ha. If I can get my hands on Noah's ship, you'll be the first one I kill." Kong Wu said angrily. "Humph." Zhou Chun sneered coldly and didn't mind. He brought a large group of people and was about to return to the Gentle Song Forest. Suddenly, an ice-cold voice came from somewhere and echoed in the demon land. "Everyone, since you're here, do something. That Noah's ship might really appear." "Who is it?" Zhou Chun was greatly alarmed and hurriedly looked around. Kong Wu's expression changed as well. There were more than 100 people present, yet they did not realize that someone was hiding in the void. Even if they heard the sound now, they could not pinpoint the person's position at all. All of them were on high alert. Hee, everyone's strength is extraordinary, so there's no need to be overcautious. We were planning to ask you for a small favor. On the demon land, 5 figures suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Their clothes were a little strange, light blue jacket draped over their bodies. None of them knew when the 5 of them had appeared, and they could not sense their cultivation at all. "Who are you?" Zhou Chun asked coldly. He became extremely alert. The more mysterious a person was, the more difficult it was to deal with them. On the other hand, Kong Wu's pupils dilated as if he had recognized the peculiar clothing on the 5 of them. His expression was as ugly as it could be, and even his breathing became a little rushed. Large beads of cold sweat broke out on his forehead and dripped down. The other martial honor said in shock, Kong Wu, you know these 5 people? The 5 of them looked at Kong Wu with a smile in their eyes and chuckled. Kong Wu from the Thunderfire Palace. Kong Wu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and smiled naively. With a fawning expression, he said, I didn't think that the 5 lords would also come. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have come here to embarrass myself. Why don't I just go back with Zhou Chun? The crowd was stunned. They were all martial honorables and were almost everyone's leaders. Now, they were actually so humble and trying to please the person in front of them. Where was their backbone? They couldn't help but despise him. Zhou Chun and the martial honor expert were shocked. They knew Kong Wu's character very well. He was not a good person. Who were these 5 people? Why did they make him bow down to them? One of the 5 people laughed and said, Since you're here, you should make some contributions to the birth of Noah's ship. Originally, we didn't need your help, but that world-destroying power just now was too terrifying. After some discussion, we decided that it would be more appropriate to ask you to help. Kong Wu laughed awkwardly. What good are we? The adults think too highly of us. Don't worry. Even a roll of toilet paper or a pair of underwear has their own uses. The man chuckled. Besides, recycling is what we're best at. When everyone heard this, they were all furious. These 5 people thought too highly of themselves. Even if they had some impressive background, there were more than 100 of them here, and there were 3 martial honors. Their strength was no longer below that of a gang. Did these 5 people think that they were martial sovereigns? How dare they look down on everyone? One of the 5 men took out a black banner and threw it into the air. It spread out in the wind, covering the sky and the sun. There were many strange symbols printed on the long pan, and in the middle of these symbols, there was a strange and terrifying face sealed. The face was drawn with golden ink, and it was bright and intimidating, giving people a soul-shaking feeling. At this moment, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and widened their eyes in horror. Everyone's heart sank as soon as the image appeared. They immediately understood the identity of the 5 people. In the entire Western region, and even the realm of heavenly martial arts, there was no one who did not recognize this pattern. It was the Soul Devourer clan, one of the 7 superpowers. These 5 people were actually experts of the Soul Devourer clan. The faces of the 100 or so martial artists all turned pale. All of their previous resentment had been swept away, leaving only endless horror spreading in their hearts, as if the god of death had descended. The Soul Devourer clan was an extremely unique existence among the 7 great superforces, and they were also the most mysterious one. They had very little contact with the outside world, and it felt like they had escaped from the world. However, they were powerful and ruled the Western region together with the Myriad Star Valley. In terms of influence and number of experts, perhaps the Myriad Stars Valley had the upper hand. But in terms of terror, the martial artists of the Heaven Martial Arts realm would rather face 10 experts from the Myriad Stars Valley than touch a single Soul Eater. This was because the secret technique of this abnormal race was to extract souls. And the most terrifying thing was that they didn't absorb the souls of the dead, but the souls of the living. Whether it was the souls of demon beasts or humans, they had taken the souls of tens of thousands of people. Originally, such a vicious and evil sect should have aroused public anger and been destroyed long ago. Furthermore, the sanctuary had indeed launched many attacks on the soul devourers for tens of thousands of years, especially during a large-scale expedition thousands of years ago, where the entire soul devourers were exterminated. Later, an expert of the soul devourers emerged and led the remaining forces in a counterattack, causing a bloody storm on the entire continent. In particular, the sect of the Master of the Holy Region at that time had been completely slaughtered and disappeared from the mainland. The soul devourers were now living in the spiritual mountains and rivers of that sect. It was also after that incident that the soul devourers began to restrain themselves. Even if they were extracting souls, they would do it in moderation to avoid causing excessive rage on the continent. He also became low-key and had very little contact with the outside sections. My lord, we don't have any grudges, so peace is the most important thing. Kong Wu looked at the long black silk fluttering in the air in fear. It turned the entire sky black and a terrifying aura spread across the ground. Even when he activated his domain, he could not stop the power from seeping in. As for the other martial artists, all of them were shivering in fear. Under the name of the Soul Devourer clan, they had already become cold before even fighting. Kong Wu, stop daydreaming. Hurry up and make your move. Zhou Chun was the first to realize what had happened. He roared, "They want to use us to refine living goo. Everyone, let's attack together. I don't believe that 100 people can't kill those 5 bastards." A person's potential was endless when they were on the verge of death. With Zhou Chun taking the lead, everyone immediately came to their senses. They all took out their weapons and rushed forward with a roar. "Soul Devourer bastard! I'll kill your entire family. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. As long as I'm still breathing, I'll kill my way into your Soul Devourer clan and exterminate you all." Kong Wu's face darkened in anger as well. He soared into the sky and unleashed his domain. Lightning and fire flickered in his hands as he prepared an extremely powerful move. The other martial honor also roared, and a big stick appeared in his hand. Circles of 5-colored energy spread out and smashed towards the 5 people. Everyone knew that this was a desperate battle. If they couldn't win, what awaited them would be a fate worse than death. Their souls would be extracted alive, and they would never be able to reincarnate. Hee, very good, very good. All of you, get angry. One of them laughed happily and said, "Only an angry soul is the most powerful. Junior Marshall brothers, get ready. Later, if you're afraid that I can't refine so many fierce souls by myself, you can help me refine them together." "Yes, senior brother Xianxia." The other 4 responded, their eyes filled with cruel killing intent, revealing a ferocious look. 5-colored cloud stick. Lightning and fire shake the heavenly tribulation. Wang Lian's sword art, chop. The 3 martial venerables attacked first. At this time, no one dared to hold back, and all of them attacked with their strongest attacks. Under the joint efforts of the 3 people, 3 overbearing forces directly shot down from the sky, rumbling and shaking away the strange environment. The rest of the 100 people were all inspired by the shock of these 3 forces. They roared and rushed forward. For a moment, the light was bright and the power was everywhere. Zhang Xiaoyan's eyes were filled with excitement as he laughed. "Ha! That's right. This is the attitude I want." He formed an incantation gesture with one hand, and his aura became stronger. It was as if he had sensed the black banner in the sky, and a power spread in this strange environment, causing negative effects on all the cultivators. It made everyone feel extremely depressed, as if they were in a steamer. The 4 junior brothers of the Soul Devourer clan behind him flew up one by one and swept toward the warriors, their faces full of ridicule. Zhang Xiaoyan's other hand made a gesture in the air and an arc of light flashed through the air. It moved according to his thoughts as he softly said, "Freeze!" The 3 powerful attacks became slow, and Zhou Chun and the other 2's bodies became sluggish. They were actually locked by the strange power and couldn't move. "What's going on?" Zhou Chen's face turned pale with fright. He saw 3 green beams of light slowly falling from the sky, enveloping the 3 of them. The feeling was very strange, and he felt his head start to feel dizzy. At this time, the 3 people's attacks also fell. A sharp light flashed in Zhang Xiaoyan's eyes. His hands were in a strange color, and he couldn't fight back. He roared with a ferocious face, and a strong defense appeared around him. This was the greatest flaw of the Soul Devourer race's secret technique. When extracting a living soul, one had to be fully focused and unable to split their attention to fight the enemy. Boom! The attacks of the 3 martial venerables directly hit his defense, shaking out a powerful light. Zhang Xiaoyan's eyes were cold and he stood there motionless. The 3 of them attacked with all their might, but they still couldn't break through his defense. Humph! A low-level martial honor is only at this level. He snorted contemptuously and his eyes turned cold. His hands began to form a spell and he chanted, "Twining silk soul thread, draw." Zhou Chun and the other 2 were shocked and a sense of loss welled up in their hearts. It was as if something was starting to leave them, but they couldn't catch it no matter how hard they tried. Their consciousness also disappeared with it. No! All of a sudden, Zhou Chun bit the tip of his tongue. His eyes turned red, and he used the last bit of his strength to roar. Even if I have to die, I won't let you have your way. His sea of consciousness instantly regained its clarity, and his entire body suddenly swelled up. Vital qi gushed out from his dantian like an ocean, filling his entire body. He was actually going to self-destruct. You piece of trash. Zhang Xiaotian was shocked and angrily said, Since I've captured you, you have to accept your fate. Qi of the living soul. Suppress. The light beam that trapped Zhou Chun suddenly became twice as big and its color became brighter. Haha! It's useless. Even if a martial sovereign were to come, he would not be able to stop me from self-destructing. Bastards of the Soul Devourer clan. I'll definitely kill you all in my next life. Zhou Chun roared in despair. His body emitted a strong light and suddenly exploded. Boom! A huge explosion sounded in the air, and the green light pillar faded and disappeared. Zhang Xiaotian's eyes were full of haze as he gritted his teeth in hatred. Originally, Zhou Chen's soul was the strongest out of the three. Now that it was lost, it made his heart ache. On the other hand, Kong Wu and the other martial honor did not have the slightest strength to resist. Their eyes gradually became unfocused, and their souls were being stripped away bit by bit, being absorbed into the strange face in the sky. At this moment, the 4 Soul Devourer clan disciples appeared in the sky like ghosts. They appeared in 4 different directions, and each of them performed an incantation gesture with cold expressions. A huge rune quickly appeared between the 4 of them and slowly pressed down. The hundreds of cultivators below were all shocked. Zhou Chen's self-destruction had caused their mood to sink to the bottom, but they were not willing to give up and surrender. One after another, they rushed into the sky and charged towards the base of the square formation. Although the 4 disciples had a proud expression on their faces, they were still terrified when they saw hundreds of people charging at them. They hurriedly poured all their power into the formation. As long as they maintained the power of the runes, it would be enough to suppress everyone. This talisman was also extracted from the soul-devouring banner and not by the 4 of them. If they just maintained it, even a low-level martial honor would find it difficult to break it. Not good, they're going to self-destruct their profound armaments. A few peak martial emperors had exploded the profound level weapons that they had refined with their minds in their despair. The power produced was not weaker than a martial honor's attack, and it shook the runes in the center. This gave everyone hope, and they all followed suit. Although profound level weapons were important, how could they be more important than one's life? For a moment, it was all the self-destruction of profound level weapons. An astonishing power rushed up from below, and the barrier set up by the 4 people began to collapse. Eldest senior brother, it's not good. The barrier is about to collapse. One of the junior brothers was panicking. Although he was also a 1-star martial supreme, the hundreds of martial artists who were fighting with their lives on the line and the ruthlessness of the self-destruction of their profound level weapons made him suck in a breath of cold air. He felt satisfied. Trash! You 4 revered martial artists can suppress them even without the barrier. Zhang Xiaotian was furious. His 4 junior brothers were all elite disciples of the sect. The Soul Devourer race rarely went out, and this was their first time going out. They basically had no actual combat experience. When they saw the other party's ruthlessness, they felt guilty. When the 4 junior brothers heard this, they calmed down. The power of the domain in their bodies spread out in the soul-devouring banner, overlapping layer by layer. As expected, the group of martial artists was suppressed again. This time, the 4 of them became even more arrogant. Each of them looked at the struggling martial artists and laughed cruelly. This was the first time they had fought against cultivators from outside the sect, so the pleasure of suppressing the other party in their domain was extremely pleasant. Especially those people's angry and ferocious faces, as well as their desperate and angry roars, were the same as the monster beasts they had extracted before, giving them a great sense of stimulation. The Soul Devourer clan's cultivation method had long made these people extremely cold-blooded and selfish. Soon, Zhang Xiaotian extracted the two souls and absorbed them into the soul-devouring banner. The two empty corpses fell from the sky. A junior brother looked at the hundreds of martial artists and sneered, "Stop shouting. It's your turn. It's an honor for you to be able to refine eldest senior brother's soul-devouring banner with your weak cultivation base. It's something worth showing off in your next life." Zhang Xiaotian looked at everyone coldly, as if he was looking at livestock. He said, "We've lost a martial supreme. It's not enough to make up for it with all of you." He cast an incantation seal, and the strange face in the sky began to come to life. Like a wisp of faint green smoke, it slowly descended from the sky, opened its big mouth, and actually went to eat the group of martial artists. All the martial artists were scared out of their wits. They had never even heard of such a situation, let alone seen it. However, under the domain of the four martial venerables, and with all his profound level weapons gone, he could not exert any strength. They could only watch helplessly as their companions were devoured one by one, and the end result was that they didn't even have a corpse. Ha ha ha! The air was filled with the cheerful laughter of his four junior brothers, and their laughter was creepy. Amidst the screams and curses, the hundreds of cultivators were swallowed by the strange face without any resistance, not even a bone being spat out. The five soul devourers seemed to be used to such a scene. None of them were moved, all of them sneering coldly. After the face devoured everyone, it began to twist as if it was full, kept changing its shape, which was extremely strange. The four junior brothers all looked at the changes in the face in the sky with indescribable complicated expressions. Finally, after the face transformation was completed, the entire night shrank back into the long banner and returned to Zhang Xiaoyan's hand. Looking at the long banner, Zhang Xiaoyan's eyes were filled with excitement. The changes to the banner were beyond his expectations. Congratulations, eldest senior brother, for absorbing so many martial artists at once, including 2 martial honors. I'm afraid this soul-devouring banner isn't far from the 9th rank. One of the junior brothers said, his eyes filled with envy. Humph. There's no need to flatter me. Although Zhang Xiaoyan's face was full of pride, his heart was still happy. He snorted, "There are still many experts in this demon plains. You can also take some of the living souls to refine your own soul-devouring banner." Another junior brother chuckled. "It's better to follow eldest senior brother out, staying in the sect all day long. Those demonic beasts are almost all killed. It's not as good as the outside, where I can use the soul fragments as soon as I come out." "That's right." Zhang Xiaotian smugly laughed. "Even if I find news of Noah's ship, I still have to refine my soul-devouring banner to grade 9 before going back." That junior brother was also extremely excited and offered a suggestion. "There's a place called the Gentle Song Forest nearby. The most evil scoundrels in the world gather there, all of them killing without blinking. After we complete the sect's mission, why don't we go there?" "Oh, there's such a place." Zhang Xiaoyan's face was solemn as he said, "All right, as one of the 7 superpowers, the Soul Devourer clan has the duty to punish evil." The 5 of them were full of righteousness, wishing they could go to the Gentle Song Forest right now. With this soul-devouring flag, although it's not enough to deal with the world-destroying divine might just now, at least it has a few more guarantees. Let's hurry over now. The marks we placed on those people seem to have found their location. Just as the 5 soul devourers were about to fly into the distance, all sorts of noises suddenly came from beneath their feet. They were the 5 elements spirit-devouring rats, and they began to emerge from the ground in a dense pack. "What's going on?" A junior brother revealed a look of disgust on his face and stomped down with one foot. With a boom, a wave of pressure spread out under his foot, instantly killing a large number of people. "A bunch of disgusting things." He snorted in disgust. "Senior brother, look, what's going on? There are more and more." Another junior brother looked in shock at the 5-element spirit-devouring rats that kept drilling out of the ground. They charged at them while chirping mindlessly, and he felt his scalp go numb. Zhang Xiaotian also didn't know what to do. Although he wasn't afraid of these rats, They were really disgusting and gave him goosebumps. God knows what these rats are doing. Ignore these dregs. He immediately flew up into the air and was about to fly into the distance. But suddenly, a junior martial brother cried out in shock. Heavens! It actually flew up, for tiny wings of light appeared on the back of the 5 elements spirit-devouring rats, and they rose into the air one by one. Soon, a large number of rats flew into the air, densely packed and overlapping, causing the 5 people's pores to open and their bodies to go numb. This rat can fly? Zhang Xiaoyan's mind went blank, but he quickly realized the seriousness of the matter and said angrily, "Hurry up and open up a path." He first released his martial venerable domain, and all the rats were immediately suppressed in the air, squeaking and screaming. Then, he punched out, and a black light opened a path, turning a large number of spiritual rats into dust. The 5 of them turned into 5 beams of light and instantly broke through the encirclement of these spiritual rats, heading into the distance. However, they didn't relax for long. What made their hair stand on end was that on the ground of the demon land, a large number of spirit rats kept emerging. All of them flapped their 4 light wings and flew into the sky, chasing after them. Although their speed was not fast, more and more of them gathered together, forming a wall of spirit rats like a wave, pressing down on them with an overwhelming force. What's going on? The 5 of them were all dumbfounded. They trembled in fear and hurriedly flew forward. At that moment, not only the 5 members of the Soul Devourer clan, but all the other forces in the demon land were attacked by the 5 elements spirit-devouring rats. Wherever humans appeared, spirit rats would appear and attack. Outside the netherworld battleship of Empyrean 1 Pavilion, there were also layers of spirit rats. Although there was a powerful barrier protecting the battleship, everyone was still shocked by the terrifying scene, and their faces turned pale. What happened? These rats seemed to have gone crazy. Qing Luo looked outside the barrier and saw the 5 elements spirit-devouring rats gnawing at the barrier in a ferocious manner. She couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. Most of the people on the warship were women, and they had a natural disgust and resistance to such things, not to mention that the entire warship was densely wrapped. As long as they opened their eyes, they would see fierce rats biting and tearing at them, and many female disciples covered their mouths in disgust. Shun Li also felt more and more disgusted, and she said with sweat all over her body, "Lady Qing Luo, do we have enough primordial stones on the warship? If this barrier can't hold on to buy in." Qing Luo shuddered. Although she wasn't afraid of these things, they were so numerous that they surrounded the entire battleship. She quickly sent someone down to check the remaining vitality stones and said to Xinli, "Go and find Li Yunxiao. He might have a way." Xinli turned around and was about to leave when she saw Yunxiao and Muwu standing on the deck, looking at the spirit rats around them with solemn expressions. "How's it going?" she asked hurriedly, feeling happy. Yunxiao frowned, shook his head and said, "That seal is very strange. I can't see any clues. If I had the Emperor Qi of the 9 heavens, I could still suppress the seal by force. But now I can't do anything about it. It seems that I have to find that great demon named Li." He was talking about the seal on Mu Wu's body. 2 hours were about to pass, and Mu Wu's face was filled with bitterness. She was about to return to her powerless state. Qing Luo's expression turned gloomy as well. The current situation was becoming more and more complicated. One more martial honor would mean many more opportunities. She had seen Mu Wu's power before. If she could break the seal, he would undoubtedly be a great help. "Do you know what's going on with these spirit rats?" Qing Luo looked at Yunxiao and asked. For some reason, she had a feeling that Yunxiao had an idea, and she trusted him very much. Yunxiao stared at it for a while, then frowned and said, "It seems that their divine senses are very clear, as if we killed their entire family. Their eyes are full of hatred and madness, and they want to tear us to pieces. We're in trouble now. On this demon land, the most terrifying things aren't the 8th grade 9-winged bird spirit snake or the soul-breaking type spinal bone, but these rats." Seeing that he had no idea, Qing Luo grew anxious and said, "Then what should we do now?" "Let's rush over first," Yunxiao said. We don't know how many spirit rats there are, and the worst thing is that we don't know the source of their madness. If it's only the sky, we'll be safe if we rush over. That's right. Qing Luo's eyes lit up in agreement. She ordered, Xinli, pass down my order immediately. Use the netherworld attack and kill a way out. A female disciple ran up in a hurry and said in a panic, Lady Qing Luo, bad news. I'm afraid the remaining primordial stones will only be enough to maintain this barrier for an hour. What? Everyone's face changed, and they all turned pale. Qing Luo cursed. How can you not bring enough primordial stones for such an important mission? As the warship's supervisor, you deserve to die. The female disciple's face turned pale. She gritted her teeth and said, Lady Qing Luo, the warship's vitality stones are more than half of what they usually have. It's just that it took a lot of energy to travel through the void, and the attacks of these spirit rats are all-pervasive, so the barrier is also greatly damaged. Qing Luo was infuriated. She wanted nothing more than to slap this disciple to death. Wait, Yunxiao stopped him and asked, How long can it last if I use the netherworld strike to open a path again? The female disciple's eyes flickered with grievance as she looked at Yunxiao gratefully and said, Lord Cloud Sky, if you unleash the netherworld attack, I'm afraid the time the barrier is maintained will be halved. Yunxiao also had a headache. Collect all the vitality stones on the battleship. Also, take out your vitality stones. This rat tide can't go on forever. There must be some key factor that we don't know about. Yes, that's exactly the case. Everyone, take out all your primordial stones. It should be enough. Qing Luo said hurriedly. She took out a storage bag first. There were more than 30 million mid-grade primordial stones inside. Mu Wu. Yunxiao turned around and said, Mu Wu. Mu Wuxin's heart stirred. Looking into Yunxiao's eyes, he nodded and said with a wry smile, I understand. He floated up and rushed out of the warship. What does he want to do? Everyone was shocked. Mu Wu rushed out of the barrier and a layer of defense spread out around her body, blocking the spirit rat's bite. Then, with a loud roar, a bright light gathered on her body and condensed into a flashing fist light, which she threw forward fiercely. The white light streaked across the sky, and a large number of the spiritual rats were killed or injured. A straight path was opened up. At the same time, the power of the realm spread out, sweeping the rats in all directions like a broom. The force that the barrier of the battleship bore was instantly reduced. After Mu Wu was done, he turned around and returned to the battleship. His face was slightly white, and he laughed while panting. I'll probably lose my power in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. While I'm still strong, I'll open a path for everyone and reduce the damage to the barrier. Qing Luo's eyes lit up. That's right, she praised. As long as we keep sending experts out to clear the rats, this barrier will definitely be able to last for a long time. Her eyes began to sweep across the people of the Temple of Holy Fire, her intentions clear. The expressions of everyone in the Hall of Holy Fire changed slightly, and they all snorted softly, clearly unconvinced. Qing Luo also snorted heavily and said, If you guys don't do this kind of task, do you want us women to do it? Don't forget that this starship belongs to our Tianyi Chamber of Commerce. If you don't obey, please leave. Yifan extended his hand to stop Feng Zhu, who was about to burst out in anger. He smiled at Qing Luo and said, Lady Qing Luo is right. Such a disgusting thing should be done by us men. Yunxiao looked at Yifan with a hint of approval in his eyes. Now was the time for them to work together and not fight among themselves. He looked worriedly at the group of spirit rats outside. They were so overwhelming that he couldn't see the end. Even with his mental strength, he was a little numb. The battleship accelerated to its maximum speed and shuttled through the rat group until it was surrounded by the rats again. At this moment, Mu Wu's power had already been sealed, so Qi Guang rushed out to open a path. Yunxiao returned to the cultivation room and began to meditate to check the Divine Realm tablet in his dantian. After crushing the opponent's profound level weapon, the Divine Realm tablet seemed to have suffered a great deal of damage. It had been floating above his dantian in a dead silence. When his soul form was in the world inside the steel, He also felt that the natural energy had become very thin, as if the collision with the armillary sphere had almost exhausted its strength. Young Master Yun, what's going on? Suddenly, Duanyu appeared beside him and said in a muffled voice, "This profound level weapon of yours seems to have met its match and has been beaten. Almost all of my spiritual energy was sucked out by the previous attack." Yun Xiao looked around worriedly, then performed an incantation gesture with one hand. Two streams of power of different colors, one red and one yellow, surged up from the ground and hovered around the two of them. It was the power of territory. "This is it?" Duanyu said in shock. "This is all the power of the territory can do? You've met a martial supreme?" "No." Yun Xiao shook his head bitterly and said, "It's a supreme-grade mystic artifact." Duanyu's shocked face turned extremely exaggerated as he opened his mouth and said in horror, "Noah's ship? It really appeared? And you even managed to match it?" Vexed, Yun Xiao briefly explained the situation. Looking at the faint spirit chi in the Divine Realm tablet, which gave him a lifeless feeling, he said angrily, "It wasn't easy for me to get a little bit of life, but I was beaten up like this." Gulp! Duanyu swallowed and said with difficulty, "You're still not satisfied. You've shattered other people's transcendent grade profound level weapons, this by-in." He found it hard to imagine and wailed, "Oh my god! A supreme grade profound level weapon can be broken?" Yun Xiao, however, was not in the mood to listen to him. He frowned and said, "Looks like I'll have to return to Yenwu, or go to the nearest Myriad Stars Valley and Soul Devourer race to find their spiritual spring to nourish myself." Duanyu shuddered and said in horror, "Myriad Stars Valley, buy-in of the Soul Devourer clan, young Master Yun, let's go back to Yenwu." Yun Xiao's figure flickered and disappeared into the Divine Realm tablet. Thinking of the golden tadpole-like characters on the armillary sphere, he began to ponder. Those words were obviously the same style as the Great Realm Divine Technique. When Shang saw the Great Realm Divine Technique, he was so excited that he must have known something. He had also forcefully memorized a lot of it, but it was difficult to understand the profoundness within. His heart skipped a beat, and he began to categorize the words in his mind. He had seen this language 5 times so far. The first time was the Great Expansion Divine Technique, the second time was in the Tiandang Mountains, the third time was the Great Realm Divine Technique, the fourth time was in Mount Meru, and the fifth time was the Grand Microscopic Armillary Sphere. These places and things were all extremely profound and difficult to understand. Up until now, he had only been able to truly grasp and understand the meaning of only 7 characters, and each of them contained supreme rule power and infinite power. However, there were 366 of them in his mind. If he could understand all of them, he would be able to understand them. Yun Xiao suddenly felt a terrible feeling spread through his body. As if he had understood something, his eyes flickered. At this moment, somewhere in the demon land, spiritual energy filled the air. A dense mist slowly rose up, and the spiritual energy turned into a mist that enveloped the entire place. It was like a fairyland. A ray of green light fell from the sky and shot into the fog, shaking away the surrounding spiritual qi, revealing the figure inside the green light. It was Xiao Qing with a pale face, and the light on its body seemed to disappear at any time. He gently sat in the spirit qi liquid, formed a seal with his hands, and began to regulate his breathing. Circles of light floated around his body and began to merge with the surroundings. Suddenly, a soft voice could be heard. "Little Qing, you're injured." In front of Qing Zhu, a huge rat's shadow appeared faintly. It was the emperor of all the 5 elements spirit-devouring rats in the demon land. Qing snapped out of its daze and tiredly opened its eyes. "Rat King, I need your help." The rat emperor's figure gradually became more solid, and he said, "To help you take revenge." Qing nodded slightly and said, "Among the warriors who came to the demon plane this time, the demon clan is a great threat to me. Furthermore, their target is my main body, the eternal evergreen tree. I'm sure you know the implications of this." The rat emperor's deep voice was heard. "Of course I know. If it wasn't for the nourishment of your body, this demon land would not have become a paradise for my children." We should be interdependent, little Xianxia said. If your race hadn't been absorbing the spiritual qi from my body for billions of years, my body would have evolved to the extreme and been destroyed by the laws of heaven and earth. After all, I can't use the phoenix fire to endlessly reincarnate like Lil Wu. It's precisely because you've been constantly devouring and absorbing that my main body has always been in a state of balance, and I've been able to take form in the past few thousand years. He looked at the Rat Emperor and said, "The danger of either side is fatal to the other. But now that I've taken on a human form, I've gradually broken away from my reliance on my main body, while you can't. But I don't want my original body to be used by others. You should understand." "I understand," the Rat Emperor said in a deep voice. "It's not just your enemies. It seems that there are also enemies who have infiltrated our clan. Since I've been paying attention to the experts who entered the demon land this time, I've neglected to contact my subordinates. Of the 5 elemental rat kings, only the water-type rat king is still alive. The rest have disappeared for no reason." Qing's pupils shrank, but it soon regained its calm and laughed. "There really is someone who doesn't know what's good for them. The 5-element spirit-devouring rat clan has existed for countless years in the demon plains, and someone actually dares to provoke them. Rat Emperor, you haven't shown your power for a long time. Everyone thinks you're a sick cat. Ha-ha. Ha-ha." The Rat Emperor's aura gradually turned cold. He snorted and said, "These damn humans. Every time they cross the demon land, they kill many of my children. I turn a blind eye to it. As long as they don't go too far, I'll let them do what they want. I didn't expect that since he had his eyes on me, the 5-element Rat King, he might still be targeting me in the end. It seems like it's time to teach these humans a lesson." Qing Zhu nodded. Suddenly, its face turned serious as it asked, "By the way, how's the progress of breaking the seal?" The Rat Emperor fell silent and sighed. "I've sacrificed countless children, but I still can't find the key. I really wonder what kind of heaven-defying existence the person who set up this seal was. Humph, how heaven-defying can it be? In this realm, there are only those at the peak of the 9 heavens." Qing snorted coldly. "I've seen those godly state experts before. However, for the past tens of thousands of years, that person was indeed a top expert. The thing he sealed under my main body is at least a pseudo-divine artifact." The Rat Emperor pondered and said, "Could the influx of a large number of warriors into the demon land be related to the pseudo-divine artifact? Perhaps we've been constantly breaking the seal for thousands of years, so the power that's leaking out has been detected by someone." Qing sighed. "Rat Emperor, do you really think we can break the seal? This overflow of power should have been deliberately set by that person. We also relied on the influence of this power to open up your spiritual intelligence, and I was able to transform. I'm afraid that the situation today was already set up by that person several thousand years ago." "What?" The Rat Emperor was shocked and couldn't believe what Little Green had just said. Its body moved restlessly, as if it couldn't believe Little Green's judgment. Qing Zhu sighed helplessly. "Divine items have their own owners. We've gained so many years of benefits in vain, and it's already worth it. Don't ever covet things that aren't our power, or even you and I will inevitably end up dead." The Rat Emperor was silent, and the atmosphere became quiet. "I know you're unwilling to accept this, but I'm the same. However, we haven't been able to obtain it for so many years. Do you think this thing will belong to you and me? By the way, how's young Emperor Hao Lian?" he asked after a pause. "I've already led him to the direction of the water moon," the Rat Emperor said. "As long as he has enough comprehension, he should be able to break through to the 9 heavenly emperor realm." Qing's eyes were filled with joy. "We have to make sure he breaks through to the 9 heavens realm. At that time, he will be able to condense his nomological rules in the water moon and gather Emperor Qi, which will be of great benefit to you and me. As for the chirps following behind him, you'll have to help him deal with them so they won't affect his breakthrough to Great Emperor." The Rat Emperor snorted coldly and said, "Humph, one of them was a peak martial honor. How many of my children would I have to lose to kill them? Let's just let young Emperor Haolian take care of a few of them first, Xiao Qing's brow furrowed as if it wanted to say something, but it held back and closed its eyes to continue recuperating. The Rat Emperor's figure moved a few times and gradually disappeared in the fog of spiritual qi. Somewhere in the demon land, a burly man with long hair draped over his shoulders was taking a stroll in the courtyard. He walked forward leisurely as if he was taking a stroll after a meal, and he had a quiet smile on his face. After every step, he didn't hurt a single flower or grass. Instead, there was an aura of life spreading under his feet. The man's pace was extremely slow, but his speed was extremely fast. With a single step, it was as if he had stepped out of a space, and he kept flashing across the demon land. The spirit qi in front of him was getting denser and denser, and it was gradually becoming a little blurry. The man suddenly stopped in his tracks. His gaze fell on a pink flower in the wild grass. He revealed a curious expression and took a few steps forward to squat down and look at it quietly. It was the most ordinary pink wildflower the size of a thumb. It was pretty but simple and unadorned. It was uncountable in the entire demon land, but the man seemed to be very interested in it. A knowing smile appeared on his face, and he was a little dazed. An unknown little bug was slowly crawling in the center of the flower, as if it was eating the pollen. It spread its tiny wings and flew up gently. "What is this kid doing? Why don't we make a move now?" There were 3 martial artists hiding somewhere in the air. They were all holding their breath and concentrating, as if they had become one with the surrounding environment, making it difficult to detect them. One of the yellow-robed men had an ice-cold expression that was filled with killing intent. He used his spiritual sense to communicate with the other 2. The other 2 people also had a serious expression on their faces. They stared unblinkingly at the man who was admiring the flowers, their eyes full of hostility. The 3 of them were the higher-ups of the Rainstorm mercenary group. They were the 9-star Marshal Supreme, Chun Chuanjiu, and the other 2 deputy leaders, the 8-star Zhang Yunfeng and Ouyang Qi. At this moment, they had concealed all of their auras and could only use their divine sense to communicate at close range. Ouyang Qi was the first to be unable to take it. He started to ask the 2 of them if they wanted to make a move. Chun Chuanjiu shook his head slightly and replied, "That kid's entire body is now filled with rule force, and every move is in line with the heavenly Tao. If we attack rashly now, we might end up like Wang Jing and be easily killed by him." At the mention of Wang Jing, a look of fear flashed in the eyes of the 2 men, but it quickly turned into a strong resentment. Zhang Yunfeng's face was livid as he transmitted his voice. "Are we just going to let him go like this? Wouldn't that mean that I'll have to condense the rules step by step and finally become a Marshal Supreme?" Chun Chuanjiu snorted coldly through voice transmission. "Do you think that becoming a Marshal Supreme is like eating, that you can finish it in one bite? Humph, a martial sovereign is so powerful that he can use the laws of heaven and earth for his own use. He can use the laws of heaven and earth with just a raise of his hand." Other than a strong accumulation, comprehension was even more important. In terms of cultivation accumulation, I'm stronger than Xiaohuang, Hao Lian, and Xin Feng. But I've always been suppressed by the 2 of them because my comprehension of the laws is lagging behind. His face was extremely cold and unsightly, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. He transmitted his voice sourly. "The 9 Heavens realm is the biggest hurdle in a martial artist's life. I might be stuck outside forever. So, no one can dream of stepping into the 9 Heavens realm in this light song woodland." His eyes flickered with a sharp light. The ruthless aura on his body dispersed, and he instantly came back to his senses. He hurriedly adjusted his emotions and concealed his aura, continuing to observe young Emperor Hao Lian. Young Emperor Hao Lian seemed to have fallen into a strange state and did not notice it at all. He only shifted his gaze from the flower to the flying insect and then slowly shifted it. He gently stretched out his finger, and the bug actually fell down and nibbled on his finger. As if it realized that the finger was not delicious, it flapped its wings a few more times and flew into the grassland, disappearing without a trace. Young Emperor Hao Lian fell into deep thought. He seemed to have turned into stone. Then he raised his right hand and lightly knocked on his head a few times before continuing to walk forward. The scenery in front of him was exactly the same, and there was nothing new about it. However, his face was filled with amazement, as if he had seen something extraordinary and fascinating. Is he really comprehending the world? Why do I feel like you're being silly? Xianxia couldn't help but send a message to the other two with a strange expression. Chen Chuanzhou frowned and replied telepathically, I don't know. However, this fellow's level of comprehension is higher than mine. Who knows what he's up to? His eyes suddenly focused as he looked ahead in surprise. Xianxia and Zheng Yunfeng also looked over. He saw a small snake slithering on the grass in front of young Emperor Hao Lian. It kept flicking its tongue as if it was looking for food, and its sharp eyes looked around. This was a very common demonic snake in the demon land. It was ranked third like the five-element spirit-devouring rat, but it lived by eating spirit rats, and there were quite a few of them in the demon land. In the eyes of martial honorables like them, such an ordinary snake was an existence that could kill tens of millions of people in a matter of minutes. Young Emperor Hao Lian ignored him and walked forward. The most shocking thing was that the demon snake didn't seem to notice his existence, and continued to search for its target. Very quickly, a scene that left Chen Chuanzhou and the other two dumbfounded appeared. The demonic beast met Xiaohuang Hao Lian directly. It did not avoid him, nor did it give way. Instead, it slithered up his feet, climbed onto his body, and then slowly came down from Xiaohuang Hao Lian's back. That sharp, predatory gaze did not change in the slightest, still sharply searching for food, as if what he had just encountered was not a person, but just a stone. As for young Emperor Hao Lian, he kept walking forward and didn't even look at the demon snake. Gulp! Chen Chuanzhou's expression was extremely ugly. He swallowed his saliva to moisten his dry throat. Although he had never personally comprehended this realm, he was experienced and knowledgeable after all. He naturally knew that Xiaohuang Hao Lian had truly integrated into the laws of heaven and earth just now. Where the Tao was, the body could become all things. That was why the demon snake could sense the person in front of it. Perhaps it had seen this person but did not treat him as a warrior. Instead, it thought that he was a part of nature, a part of the laws of heaven and earth. This was how it should be, so it did not feel that anything was wrong and directly moved over his body. Chen Chuanzhou and the other two were dumbfounded. They were drenched in cold sweat. They felt that this scene was too strange. Swish! The demonic snake suddenly slithered and turned into a green light on the grass. It bit down on a five-element spirit-devouring rat that had just emerged from the grass as fast as lightning. Its cruel eyes carried a sinister smile as it bit down on it tightly. The five-element spirit-devouring mouse kept on screeching, but no matter how it struggled, it was unable to escape the snake's mouth. Although the two were both third-tier existences, their natural nemesis made the five-element spirit-devouring mouse completely defenseless against this demonic snake. Upon hearing the scream, Haolian Xiaohuang finally stopped. He frowned and turned around. The strange aura on his body instantly dissipated. Chen Chuanzhou's heart jolted and he immediately rushed out from his hiding place. His eyes glowed with a cold light and he roared, "Now!" He opened his hands, and like an eagle soaring through the sky, two black and white rays of light melded together and spun continuously, forming a strange cloud pattern in the sky and falling toward Xiaohuang Hao Lian. Tai Chi rotation, Yin-Yang Emperor Fist. Chen Chuanzhou's face was filled with ruthlessness. Earlier, the demonic snake had swallowed the rat and forced Hao Lian Xiaohuang out of his mysterious state. Now that his rule force had disappeared, it was the best time to strike. He had been tracking him from the demon planes for so long and had even lost a martial honor. He had waited for this perfect moment. He used his strongest move and would not give his opponent a chance to catch his breath. The other two also made their moves. They could feel how terrifying Hao Lian Xiaohuang was, so they poured 100% of their power into their profound-level weapons and roared as they attacked. Purple Frost Goo. Phantom Slash. There was no expression on young Emperor Hao Lian's face. It was as if he was completely unconcerned about the three powerful attacks. His eyes were still watching the demonic snake bite the spirit rat and swallow it bit by bit. A trace of pity appeared in his eyes. He was a decisive person, not a soft-hearted person. However, at this moment he truly felt pity for her. The first thing he thought of was not his own way, but the fact that the demonic snake and the spirit rat would lose their lives under these 3 overbearing attacks. He sighed and walked towards the demonic snake. No matter how agile and light the demonic snake was, he easily caught it in his hand. He patted its head and spat out the spirit mouse that he had swallowed. Young Emperor Haolian smiled. Then, with the spirit rat in one hand and the demon snake in the other, he tucked them into his arms and bowed slightly to prevent them from getting hurt. Layers of faint green light emerged from Haolian Xiaohuang's body. A green armor appeared a few meters away from him, protecting him. Chun Chuanzhou's pupils shrank and his face revealed a ferocious expression. He mocked. "The pill heart armor is indeed with you. You actually gave it up to save 2 pieces of trash. Haha, I think you've become stupid after comprehending the heaven and earth. Die!" The 3 attacks streaked across the sky with unstoppable momentum. Boom! Xiaohuang Haolian's body was completely submerged in the light. His green armor was pierced through in an instant, and he was completely blasted into the ground. A large patch of grassland was lifted up and spread out in a circle. The energy impact was extremely high. The 3 members of the Storm mercenary group stood in the sky vigilantly, their expressions grave. "Is he dead?" Zhang Yunfeng asked in a deep voice. "I can't even detect a trace of his aura." Ouyang Qi's eyes were filled with excitement as he said, "He might really be dead. After all, if the 3 of us attack him together, even a real martial supreme won't be able to take it." Zhang Yunfeng frowned and asked suspiciously. But the pill heart armor seemed to have withstood a large part of the power. That was the 8th rank armor that Gu Feiyang had refined for him back then. It was enough to withstand the full force attack of any one of us 3. Even if we can stop one person, what about the other 2? Ouyang Qi snorted in disdain. "I can't sense his aura at all, he's clearly dead." Chun Chuanzhou did not say a word. Instead, he stared at the ground below. A large amount of soil and gravel shook the sky and began to fall. A huge sinkhole appeared below. It was hundreds of meters wide and bottomless. However, with their cultivation bases, they could only see 1,000 miles away. Soon, their faces turned extremely ugly. There was no corpse of Haolian Xiaohuang in the black pit. On one of the walls of the hole, a passage appeared. It was obviously created in an instant. Young Emperor Haolian had actually escaped from here. Zhang Yunfeng looked carefully at the 4 walls of the passage and pointed to a ball of bright red soil. "Look, he must be seriously injured." Chun Chuanzhou's pupils shrank and he shouted in a deep voice, "I must kill him this time, otherwise I'll be in danger." After he finished speaking, he went into the tunnel and chased after them. Zhang Yunfeng followed closely behind. Ouyang Qi frowned slightly. This passage was short and narrow like a dog hole. He was extremely unwilling, but he had no choice but to go in. Suddenly, a hand patted his shoulder. He was instantly stunned, and his face turned as white as a piece of paper. Large beads of sweat rolled down his face. It was a man's hand, and he recognized it. It was the hand of Haolian Xiaohuang, who he had chased for more than 10 days and thought had escaped through the passage. Gulp! Ouyang Qi swallowed his saliva, but he still couldn't suppress the chill in his heart. His body actually started to tremble. A faint laugh came from behind him. Guild leader Ouyang, don't be nervous. You've been following me for so long, so you should take a good rest. When you're asleep, you'll never be afraid." Ouyang Qi opened his mouth in fear and wanted to scream, but he realized that he couldn't make a sound. Then he didn't feel any pain at all. He just saw a fist reach out from his heart. His eyes were empty as he watched his heart explode, and he gradually lost consciousness. "Fuck your mother. You actually killed your father. Fuck." Ouyang Qi cursed inwardly as this feeling suddenly rose in his heart. Suddenly, a force rushed out of nowhere and broke the sound lock in his throat. He shouted with all his might, "Young Emperor Haolian is here." This all-out roar reverberated far and wide in the demon land. He seemed to be relieved. His pupils dilated and his head drooped down. He was completely dead. The fist was retracted. A layer of yellow light flickered on it, and it was not stained with any blood. Young Emperor Haolian looked at Ouyang-Chi's body indifferently. "You're a real man." He took out a demonic beast and placed it on the ground, followed by a spirit rat. He patted their foreheads and said, "My head was indeed screwed today. In order to save the two of you, I even lost the pill-heart armor that my master left me. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have tried to comprehend the damn rules of heaven and earth. That martial emperor might as well not want it." His eyes were filled with regret and heartache. The demonic snake and the spirit rat seemed to have understood his words. They quickly burrowed into the ground and disappeared. Cough! Cough! Young Emperor Haolian suddenly coughed violently, continuously coughing out blood. His eyes were filled with killing intent. The joint attack of the three men from the Storm mercenary group had indeed caused him internal injuries, but what annoyed him the most was the complete destruction of the Pillheart battle armor. Gu Feiyong had personally refined it for him back then, and it was the only thing that he missed now. Chun Chuanjiu. He gritted his teeth and his eyes were filled with killing intent. With his strength, if he wanted to kill this person, he could have done so long ago. However, he had a powerful enemy by his side who could constantly urge him to move forward. That was why he had been playing around with the Rainstorm mercenary group. He did not expect that he would damage the only profound level weapon his master had left him today. His face was so dark that it was frightening. Chun Chuanjiu's and Zhang Yunfeng's auras came from the tunnel. Xiaohuang Haolian was slightly worried, so he turned into a beam of light and escaped. At this moment, he was seriously injured. If he stayed, he would only die. "You want to run? Let's see where you can run to this time." Chun Chuanjiu's figure quickly appeared and chased after Xiaohuang Haolian. He was a 9-stars martial supreme and was extremely powerful. He was about to catch up with Xiaohuang Haolian in a few flashes. All of a sudden, a large number of 5-element spirit-devouring rats surged out from the demon plains. In the blink of an eye, they had emerged from the grass and flapped their wings as they surrounded Chun Chuanjiu. "What's going on with this Ying Luo?" Chun Chuanjiu was shocked. Zhang Yunfeng, who was behind him, was also being attacked. Both of them felt somewhat baffled. Although these stage 3 existences could be wiped out as easily as a spider's web to them, there were too many of them. "Bastards, all of you shall die." Chun Chuanjiu threw a punch and half of them were immediately reduced to ashes. However, the spiritual rats that blotted out the sky and covered the earth surrounded them again without any fear of death. The two of them went on a killing spree in both shock and anger. Soon, they had killed all the tens of thousands of 5-element spirit-devouring rats in the sky, leaving not a single one behind. However, Haolian Xiaohuang's figure had completely disappeared. "I'm angry." What was going on? What the hell is going on? Chun Chuanjiu was furious. He looked at the black pile of dead spiritual rats on the ground and roared in anger. "How come that kid can summon a spirit rat? How did he do it? How come I didn't know about it after so many years of fighting?" Zhang Yunfeng's face was also gloomy and ugly. He said in a deep voice, "This is bad. The demon plains is so big. How can we catch him if he runs away?" Chun Chuanjiu's face was ashen. After sensing for a while in the air, he pointed in a direction and said, "It's this way." "Why are you so sure?" Zhang Yunfeng was stunned. Chun Chuanjiu snorted coldly. "There's something strange about this area. I followed that kid here, and the spiritual qi became thicker and thicker along the way. I don't know where it leads to, and that direction is where the spiritual qi is getting denser. That should be the direction that kid is going." The two of them immediately turned into a ray of light and headed towards the place where the spiritual qi was getting thicker. Just after the two of them disappeared, a figure slowly walked out of the empty sky. He was wearing a luxurious brocade shirt and a blue dragon ribbon tied to his waist. He had a tall figure and a dignified appearance. The most eye-catching thing was the huge pearl embedded in the ribbon, as if he was afraid that people didn't know he was rich. He held his chin with one hand and muttered to himself, "Xiaohuang Haolian is being hunted down. Should we save him or not? If I die and Hua Qianshu finds out, she will definitely come after me. He smacked his head and said in pain, what a dilemma. Save, don't save, save, don't save, save, don't save. The man actually took out a small flower and began to count its petals. When he picked the last flower, he muttered, "Saving Luo." The man was stunned for a moment before he suddenly said, "No, this time doesn't count. Let's do it again." He took out a flower that looked exactly the same from somewhere, plucked a petal and threw it away. "This time, I'll have to pick one before I start. Save, don't save, save, don't save, save, don't save, save, don't save." Ha, as expected, I won't save him. He was pleased with himself. Then, his figure disappeared in the air, leaving only a faint voice that kept ringing in the air. "Even the heavens didn't allow me to save him, so I can't go against the heavens. Let's see how the people from the other chambers of commerce are doing, especially those from the Empyrean 1 pavilion. I wonder if my goddess, Ji Qingwan, has come?" He really wanted to develop a relationship with her. Next time, Myriad Treasure Store must hold a fellowship party with Empyrean 1 pavilion to solve the problem of single men like us, who are older. But what's with those rats? Did something happen to the Rat Emperor? Somewhere in the demon land, the few demons were all sitting cross-legged on the war drums and flying. There were also black masses of rats around them that wanted to attack, but they were constantly shaken away by the sound of the drum. Yu had regained his consciousness and his demonic body had returned to human form, but one of his arms was empty. He looked worriedly at Li, who was healing Shang, and then looked up at the rats around him. "Li, how long can your war drums last?" Li's expression was not good. She had expended a great deal of yuan qi in her healing. She shook her head slightly and said, "It doesn't matter. I didn't use sound waves to force them away. I just caught the frequency of the sound waves that these rats were very afraid of. It didn't cost much vital qi. What I'm worried about is that we can't retrieve the ancient evergreen tree in our current state. What should we do next?" Rain and Wing's faces were dark, and they were silent. Shang, on the other hand, was unconscious. He had been sent flying by Yunxiao's great wind and cloud palm. If he were an ordinary person and not a demon, he would have died a long time ago. In the corner of the war drum, Tang Jie had been watching silently. Suddenly, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "I've been with all of you for quite some time now. According to my observations, you don't seem to be members of the monster clan from the illusory realm of stars and moon." The few of them frowned. Li turned around and said, "What do you want to say?" Tang Jie smiled slightly, and the demeanor of a young master suddenly returned. He smiled and said, "What I want to say is that since you are not from the illusionary realm of stars and moon, you seem to have nowhere to go in your current situation. Why don't you join my 4 extremes sect? With my status and identity, I will not let you down." You looked at him with disdain and laughed. "Do business with your Chamber of Commerce?" Tang Jie blushed and explained, "You may not know the situation of the Merchant Union. The strength of the Merchant Union is not inferior to those super forces, and the 4 extreme sect is the leader of the Merchant Union. With your help, it is very possible for us to unify the Merchant Union in the future, suppress the 7 super forces, and become an existence like the Holy Region and the Sea of Soul Formation. So the 4 extremes sect has such great ambitions." You revealed a look of realization, and the rest of the people also looked at Tang Jie with a sneer, as if they were looking at a fool. Tang Jie was stunned for a moment before he immediately understood. It turned out that the other party was trying to trick him into telling the truth. After all, he was still too inexperienced. His face turned red all of a sudden as he angrily said, "So what if you're ambitious? Which force in the Merchant Union doesn't want to be the boss? If you have the strength and are willing to help me, the realm of heavenly martial arts will be yours in the future. TSK. The realm of heaven martial arts is everyone's pride." Yuan Sun couldn't help but mock as well. He walked over with a smile and said, "I don't want the realm of heavenly martial arts. I only want you, little brother." Tang Jie's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly hid behind several big demons. "Stop fooling around," Li Qing rebuked. I'll kill whoever causes trouble again. What do we do now? She asked, looking at the rain. Rain was also silent. He took out a few crystal containers, opened the lids, and the pungent smell of blood spread. He said, "Let's find a place to rest first. We'll decide the situation after everyone has recovered their strength." He poured all the blood in the crystal vessels into his mouth and swallowed it. Soon his skin turned red like blood. "Ah, ah!" Yu suddenly cried out loudly, his face filled with malevolence and pain, as if the blood in his body had played an extremely powerful role. Heat waves gushed out of his skin, and his whole body was red and transparent. Tang Jie looked at Yu in horror. On the shoulder where the arm was cut off, blue veins began to grow, like the tentacles of an octopus. Then, these blue veins condensed into a ball and fused together little by little, finally turning into the shape of an arm. Tang Jie and Yuan Sun were both taken aback. Although it was not impossible to regrow a broken arm, it was also extremely difficult. It required a sky-high price of materials and a powerful alchemist to do it. It was unheard of for him to grow an arm after drinking a few bottles of blood. Even Li, who was also a great demon, had a look of surprise in his eyes. "Who?" Yuta took a deep breath. His entire body was wet, soaked in his own sweat. He took out another purple glass container, which also contained some unknown blood. You stared at it for a long time and wanted to pull out the stopper a few times, but she resisted the urge. Li glanced at the purple glassware and said, "The blood of the 9 heavens realm?" "That's right." Rain nodded. "And it's the essence of blood. A whole 9 heavens realm master only refined this small bottle." Tang Jie and Yuan Sun took a step back in shock, their faces filled with fear. The essence of blood could only be extracted from blood. If a creature died, its blood would instantly lose its essence, and it would be useless no matter how you tried to refine it. In other words, the bottle of blood in Yusho's hand had been refined by drawing the blood of a martial emperor. Li was also greatly shocked and said, "This blood Kasaya." Rain's grip on the glassware tightened, as if he had touched something. He closed his eyes and said expressionlessly, "This is my master's blood." Everyone was shocked and stared at him with wide eyes. Li Jing was stunned for a moment and seemed to understand something. She then said, "Since that's the case, you should keep it. Your current body can't withstand the impact of this blood. I'm afraid it will backfire, so you should find the best opportunity to take it. Don't let down your master's expectations for you." Yu's face turned pale again. With a flash of light, the bottle of purple blood disappeared. "Actually, you can try his blood." The unconscious Shang had woken up at some point, but his face was extremely pale. However, he still had that habitual smile on his face as he pointed at the pale-faced Yuan Sun. "He has the aura of my monster mother in his body. If you suck his blood, I'm sure there will be an unexpected effect." "Lord Shang, you're awake." Li Yi was overjoyed when he heard Shang's words. Richard shook his head with a bitter smile, indicating that he was not in a good state. His eyes were full of worry. "You must be joking." Yuan Sun's expression changed drastically as he retreated under everyone's gaze. He said in fear, "Don't come over. I'm afraid that my blood will poison you to death." "Just now, you actually joined forces with the enemy to deal with us?" Fu said coldly. "We haven't even settled this score yet." He reached out with his large hand and grabbed Yuan Sun, who had no more strength left, and directly lifted him in front of you. You looked at Yuan Sun, his brows furrowed. He did not seem to notice anything out of the ordinary, but he trusted Shang's words. He took out several bloodletting tubes and inserted them into Yuan Sun's arteries. Yuan Sun was suppressed by the talisman's aura and couldn't move at all. Those tubes were cold and pierced into his body, and although it wasn't very painful, seeing his own blood gushing out like a spring, it still made him shiver in fear. He cried out in pain, "Although my body is that of a man, I have a woman's heart. You can't do this to me, woo-woo-woo." "Pa!" Fu felt that he was too noisy and directly slapped him unconscious. Very quickly, more than half of Yuan Sun's blood had been lost, and it was about to be filled up. Rain took out a formation disc and carved a few strange symbols on it. He began to refine the blood essence. A large amount of blood was poured above the symbols. It was pulled by a force and condensed into a round ball, constantly condensing. Yuan soon was like a deflating balloon, beginning to shrivel up. His skin was wrinkled, and he seemed to have aged by many years. The profound level weapon that was inserted into his body was very strange. Other than absorbing his blood, it was also extracting his profound qi. "Don't kill him," Shang said indifferently. "You can recuperate and slowly draw his blood." Li Yuran said, "Is this Shuekong acupuncture? If we draw out their profound qi and raise their blood, the quality won't be as good as before. If this person has no other use, you can use him to make pills," Yu said calmly. "Even if he only has the strength of a martial honor, the pills he can refine will be pretty good." Tang Jie looked at the way he said it so casually, as if he had done it often, and his whole body was cold. He looked around anxiously, but there were only spiritual rats. He didn't know why he didn't see anyone from the Four Extremes sect. Under the continuous refining of the rain, the ball of blood gradually condensed into a blood bead, almost becoming solid. Tang Jie felt like vomiting when he saw this. "It's almost time." Rain picked up the bead and looked at it, then threw it into her mouth and swallowed it. "How is it?" Li said. Rain closed her eyes and began to sense. He was very calm, as if he had just eaten a piece of candy, as if it had no effect. He furrowed his brows slightly and tightly. Suddenly, Yu opened his eyes and a strange light shot out. A faint red light started to spin in his eyes and flashed. At this moment, his heart was beating extremely violently. In contrast to the violent fight in his blood vessels, his body was unusually calm and very comfortable. Yu knew that it was the effect of his blood, so he hurriedly sat down cross-legged and began to adjust his breathing. The aura on his body was completely retracted, as if he had fallen asleep. However, the expression on his face was distorted to the extreme. His mouth kept opening, wanting to cry out, but no words came out. He was in so much pain that cold sweat kept flowing. "Rain is smart," Shang smiled. "She knows how to use the strong bodies of us monsters to absorb the essence of our blood and improve her cultivation and physical strength. However, over a long period of time, all kinds of blood poison would also accumulate in the body. The demon transformation earlier was an instant backlash from the poison. However, this transvestite had the aura of his mother's body, which could help you remold his body and remold it. How powerful would he be? I'm really looking forward to it." Li also looked at the rain in shock and muttered to himself, "The so-called ancestor of all demons' mother body?" The war drum was completely silent. Except for Tang Jie. Everyone was sitting cross-legged to adjust their injuries. However, it was a different scene outside the war drum. The miserable cries of the spirit rats were everywhere. They fled from the sound waves of the war drum, flew back after they were far away, and flew back again when they found that they couldn't stand it anymore. After repeating this, many spirit rats couldn't stand it anymore and didn't dare to pursue. Tang Jie looked at the situation outside and sneaked a glance at Li in shock. How strong was the sound wave control technique needed to achieve such a precise frequency? It made the spirit rat scared. All of a sudden, a terrifying aura was released from Yu's body, but it was quickly retracted. Tang Jie was shocked and looked over in horror. He saw Yu gently opening her eyes and her sharp gaze swept over him. It was as if winter had suddenly arrived, and the ice and snow pierced into the bone. Tang Jie's heart trembled. The aura that Yu revealed just now made him tremble in fear. He stared at Yu with his eyes wide open, his face full of shock. Yu's face was calm and cold, as if he would freeze with just one look. Tang Jie's face turned pale and he moved his body back slightly. "Rain, is it done?" The judge opened his eyes and smiled. "It's done." The rain opened its mouth and said these two words indifferently. It didn't seem to be any different from before. Li, Fu, and Yi also opened their eyes one after another. They sized up the rain and revealed strange expressions. Rain smiled, and her cold face melted like ice. "Lord Shang, What should we do now? Everyone's expression turned serious as they looked at Xiang, waiting for his instructions. With the exception of Xiang, who was seriously injured, the other three had recovered more than half of their strength after taking various medicinal pills collected by Rain. Their faces were filled with anger, and they wanted to go back to the Empyrean One Pavilion, Yunxiao, and the others to settle scores. Xiang also looked worried. The grand microscopic armillary sphere is damaged. In this heaven martial realm, is there anyone who can still cultivate a holy weapon? Li and the others all looked at you. They had just recovered from the seal and were very unfamiliar with the heavenly martial realm. Yu's face darkened as well. More than 20 years ago, there was a peerless martial sovereign called Gu Feiyang who made a supreme-grade sword. It said that it's a holy weapon. However, not many people acknowledge it, and I also think it's quite incredible. I didn't expect anyone to be able to make it, Xiang said in surprise. Where is Gu Feiyang now? He's dead. Rain sighed. Everyone was stunned, and then there was a moment of silence. Wing could not help but curse. What's the point of bringing out a dead person? Does that Gu Feiyang have any descendants? Li asked, seemingly unwilling to give up. No. Rain shook her head. Gu Feiyang has reached the peak in both martial arts and sorcery, but he only has one inheritor in sorcery. He's only at level 7 now, not even as strong as me. That's right. The leader of the newbie mercenary group, Hao Lian Xiaohuang, is a disciple of Gu Feiyang's martial arts inheritance. Xiang mumbled to himself. The grand microscopic armillary sphere, that strange jade tablet, and the humans' Noah's ship. How could there be 3 sacred artifacts in the same era? Could there be a great change in the heavenly general? And we are the pawns of this destiny, born at the right time. The rest of the great demons frowned and pondered over this sentence, while Tang Jie was dumbfounded. Although he didn't know what a holy weapon was, he could tell that it should be equivalent to the transcendent-grade profound-level weapon that humans spoke of. The only supreme-grade mystic artifact recorded in history was Noah's ship, and the Yangqi was with him. How come there are 2 more? It was understandable if the demon race had an inherited treasure that was not known to human beings, but the one named Yunxiao had many 9th-tier mystic artifacts, and he even had a supreme-grade mystic artifact? How was this possible? He found it hard to accept this fact emotionally. However, he had seen the power of the grand microscopic armillary sphere during the battle with Little Qing, as well as the process of the divine realm tablet crushing the armillary sphere's axis with his own eyes. He had no choice but to believe it. A few years ago, many people had dreamed of obtaining peerless divine artifacts, but now, there were actually 3 of them in the demon plains. This news was too shocking. If it were to be spread out, the entire realm of heavenly martial arts would be in chaos. No, I must keep it a secret, Tang Jie thought to himself. If this news gets out, I'll definitely not get a share of that magical jade monument. I can only find someone to kill Yunxiao in secret to get it. As for the grand microscopic armillary sphere Kasaya of the demon race, a hint of greed flashed in his eyes as he thought to himself, I must also find a way to get it. Moreover, the Yangqi of Noah's ship is with me. When I open Noah's ship, wouldn't I use 3 supreme-grade profound artifacts? He was instantly shocked by his own thought, but he was even more excited. He was so excited that he could not control himself. He felt that the blood in his body was flowing several times faster. At that time, he would lead the Merchant Union and unify the realm of heavenly martial arts. Whether it was the 7 super forces, the divine capital of the holy region, the Sea of Soul Formation, or even the 4 seas, they would all submit to him. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. After a long time, he came back to his senses and was suddenly shocked. He saw that the great demons were all smiling at him, but their smiles were so strange. Tang Jie composed himself and calmed down his excitement. What's wrong? Why are you all staring at me? There's no flower on my face. Hee hee. It must feel great to have 3 saint weapons and dominate the world, right? He chuckled. Tang Jie was shocked. His face changed and he said in horror, How do you know what I'm thinking? No, bah. I don't think so. It's already good fortune to be able to get a supreme-grade profound-level weapon. How could you dream of getting 3 Xianxias? His voice was getting softer and softer, and the few great demons clearly did not believe him. He felt cold sweat all over his body, and his hands were wet with sweat. Don't be nervous. I admire young people with their own ideas. Shang's faint smile hung on his face as he looked at him. We've decided to join the 4 Extremes sect and assist you. What? Tang Jie's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, You guys aren't playing with me, are you? The thing that he couldn't ask for no matter how hard he racked his brains just now actually delivered itself to his door now. Was there really a free lunch in the sky? Why would I? Shang laughed. We've lost a lot of strength and need your help. We'll help you realize your dream, and you'll provide us with all the materials we need and help us recover our strength. How about it? So that was how it was. Tang Jie heaved a sigh of relief and regained some of his young master's demeanor. He smiled and said, I understand. You guys are eyeing the foundation of the 4 Extremes sect and want to find a backer to recover your strength, right? No problem, as long as you all are under my command and listen to my orders. As long as the realm of heavenly martial arts has it, I'll give you whatever you want. Shang's face was full of gratitude. Then give me some great one profound chi first. I haven't thought of the rest yet. I'll tell you when I think of something. Noah's ship. Rain also snorted. Li chuckled. You guys are so bad. Just give me some upper clear spiritual purple god pills, jade clear soil and water. Those things can keep me young and beautiful. Fu heavily snorted and said, Heaven soul nirvana sword grass. I'll take a 10 revolution royal god pill. The winged monster laughed. Tang Jie's face turned purple like an eggplant as he laughed dryly. You all really know how to joke with me. Shang's expression turned cold. We are not joking with you. If you can't, then I'll have to trouble you to listen to us for the time being. Li walked forward with a smile and said, I'll help you recover your strength first, but I'll put a restriction on your body. If I don't use a spell every other day to relieve it, you'll taste a certain amount of pain, but it won't be very painful. I'll let you have a taste first. She conjured an art with one hand and a few demon race seals were directly injected into Tang Jie's body. Tang Jie felt that the sealed power was coming back little by little. He was overjoyed, but his heart immediately sank again. There was a demonic chi in the seals that Li made, which entered his limbs and bones and spread widely. You coward! Since we're working together for mutual benefit, we should treat each other with sincerity. What are you doing? Tang Jie angrily said. Don't be angry, little brother, Li chuckled. You'll know what this is about later. Tang Jie's face changed. He immediately felt an itch in his limbs and bones. The itch went straight to his bone marrow, and he couldn't scratch it no matter how hard he tried. Ah, itchy, 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 so itchy. You witch! What spell did you cast on me? Tang Jie scratched his whole body, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't catch it. He cursed in pain. It'll only itch for a while, Li said with a smile. Don't be afraid. It'll be over soon. Sure enough, after the strange itch, a cold feeling came from his limbs and bones, which was unusually comfortable. However, the cold feeling became more and more intense, and in the end, it turned into cold air, which almost froze his meridians and blood, and his face was frozen into a light blue color. You. Good, cruel, cruel, cruel. Tang Jie's entire body trembled as he stammered and spat out rings of cold air. Did you put the 7 fiends seal on him? You asked, her eyes filled with surprise. Li Shao said, as expected of the high priest, this is the 7 evils seal. Even among the demon race, there are very few people who know this technique. You'll have to suffer a total of 7 lives and 7 deaths, and you just suffered 2. Tang Jie's eyes were frozen blue. After hearing her words, his whole body trembled and his eyes were filled with despair. He finally couldn't withstand the cold air and fell directly on the war drum. However, his spiritual sense was still unusually clear and he couldn't breathe. Gradually, the cold air was dispelled by a wave of warmth, and it slowly turned into a heat wave, burning up. 7 different types of damage appeared on his body one by one. Half an hour later, Tang Jie was lying on the ground like a dead pig, only leaving behind intermittent moans. If one listened carefully, the groans seemed to be saying the word, demon. Little brother, it's all right, it's fine now. Li knelt down and patted Tang Jie gently. Get up. This pleasure of 7 lives and 7 deaths will only affect your 5 senses and 6 senses. It won't have any side effects on your cultivation. Stop pretending to be dead. Tang Jie's eyes were full of viciousness, but when he saw Li's sweet smile, he couldn't help but shiver. You've been through so much, Xiang laughed. So we're on the same side now. You have to add another seal to the 7 evils seal every day. Otherwise, you'll die from the cycle of these 7 feelings. You've already experienced it once. Tang Jie's face was pale. The 7 kinds of pain just now made him feel that he was better off dead than alive. He wished he could die, but he couldn't exert any strength in his body. Now that the pain was gone, he didn't want to die. Since we're already on the same side, let's begin our cooperation. Just help us obtain the ancient evergreen tree first. Tang Jie's anger surged as he said in a deep voice, I'm only a peak martial emperor. How can I help you get the tree? If I'm not wrong, your 4 extremes sect must have entered the demon land as well, Xiang chuckled. As the young master of the 4 extremes sect, you must have a way to contact them and command them. The chances of us taking the tree of God are quite high. Tang Jie was trembling with anger. He had completely become their puppet, and even the entire 4 extremes sect was under their control. You don't look like you're very happy, Li chuckled. You clearly don't see us as friends. He pointed at a ray of light in the distance and said, the battleships of the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce are about to catch up. Since they don't treat us as friends, we have no choice but to hand you over to them. Tang Jie's face turned pale. If he was caught by the people of the Empyrean 1 Pavilion, they would definitely cut him into pieces. He glared at the few demons with hatred and said through gritted teeth, all right, we're friends. He took out a jade tablet and quickly drew on it with his index finger. Then, he inserted a symbol into the jade tablet and crushed it. A wisp of green chi rose from the jade token, turned into a green smoke in the air, and disappeared. The signal has been sent out and will be received by the 4 extreme sect members who are closest to this place. The spatial coordinates we are at will also be included, Tang Jie said. Not bad, Xiang smiled. I like obedient friends like you. He coldly looked at the warship of the Empyrean 1 Pavilion that was chasing him from a distance. Under the attack of the spiritual rats, the warship was moving very slowly. Although he could see it, it would take some time to catch up. Lord Xiang, why don't we stop and wait for them? You suggested. With my current strength, I'm confident that I can annihilate them all and take the Saint artifact. At this moment, the surging power in his body gave him endless confidence. He felt that he had never been so powerful before. You? Xiang shook his head. I don't want us to take any more risks. It was my mistake earlier. Not only did I kill Ji Daoshu, but I also destroyed the armillary sphere. We've lost too much strength, so we have to be careful before we fully recover. As for Tianyi Chamber of Commerce, this is an internal power struggle within the Merchant Union. How can we interfere? Right, friend? Tang Jie's body trembled as he glared at Xiang. The other party's intention was obvious. They wanted the 4 extremes sect to fight with the Empyrean 1 Pavilion, and they did not intend to fight. Lord Xiang, Tang Jie said angrily, after I help you, I hope you can remove my seal and return me my freedom. Of course. Xiang smiled, his eyes squinted. Li, look at you, you've scared our friends. Don't worry, young Master Tang. I'll definitely unseal you after we obtain the ancient evergreen tree. I'll even offer you a humble apology. Li Xianxia nodded politely. Tang Jie stared at her coldly and no longer spoke. In the distance, the people on the battleships of the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce had also noticed Li's war drum flying in the air. They all stared at it. Yun Xiao looked at the flying squirrels in the sky and frowned, which was a rare sight. Something must have happened in the demon plains. These 5-element spirit-devouring rats really attack everyone they see. The Rat Emperor must have been provoked. Shunli, You should be more familiar with the demon's land than everyone else. What's going on? Qing Luo asked. Xunli was dumbfounded when she heard that. She had no idea what was going on, so she looked at Yunxiao for help. Yunxiao spread his hands and said helplessly, "Who knows? Maybe the Rat Emperor has entered menopause. Although it was bad, it might not be a bad thing. There's strength in numbers, and with the battleship here, it'll be much easier for us to resist the rat tide than the others. Now we don't know how many forces have infiltrated the demon land and how strong they are. In addition to the 7 merchant alliances, I guess there are many other big sects in the western region." Qing Luo's eyes flashed with a fierce look. She stared at the war drum in the distance and said coldly, "No matter what, let's go and exterminate the demon race first and capture Tangjie. As long as we get the Yang Qi, we will at least have the initiative and be in an invincible position. Let's concentrate our forces and charge over." Yunxiao's face changed as he cried out, "No! Lady Qing Luo, didn't you notice that the war drum's speed has slowed down a lot?" Qing Luo was stunned for a moment, but she was immediately overjoyed and said, "You're saying that they can't hold on any longer and could be drowned by the rat tide at any time, and we can just wait for them?" "No," Yunxiao said with a serious expression. "I mean, they seem to have nothing to fear now. They are not afraid that we will catch up with them. Look at the distance between the spiritual rats and the war drum. It's getting bigger and bigger. If they can't withstand it, the gap will definitely get smaller and smaller. It's very likely that those great demons have already recovered their strength and are waiting to fight us." Qing Luo's heart trembled, and her face turned pale. The 9th tier profound armament in the hands of those great demons. Just thinking about it made her heart tremble. Yunxiao's eyes narrowed slightly. "Let's keep a certain distance. Besides, Tangjie is at the center of the storm. The sooner we get close, the more dangerous it will be." All of a sudden, a green light beam shot down from the void in front of them. It was extremely powerful, and the spiritual rats around the war drum were all defeated. A loud boom was heard on the ground, and a huge crack appeared in the sky. A netherworld warship slowly emerged from the crack and rushed toward the war drum. Everyone from the Empyrean 1 pavilion was shocked. The symbol on the battleship was the 4 Extremes sect. Why did the 4 Extremes sect come? Do they have a way to track Tangjie? Qing Luo cried out in bewilderment, her expression turning ugly. It would be even more difficult to capture Tangjie now. Yunxiao's eyes flickered as he suddenly said, "Not good! Stop the warship." Qing Luo didn't know what he meant, but she trusted his words and ordered the warship to stop in the air. Everyone looked at Yunxiao in confusion, and Yi Fan could not help but ask, "Young Master Yun, didn't you say that those great demons have recovered their strength? Now that the people of the 4 Extreme sect are saving Tangjie, there will definitely be a fight. Wouldn't it be great if we take this opportunity to attack?" "If the 4 Extreme sect had the coordinates to track Tangjie," Yunxiao said coldly, "they would have caught up with him a long time ago. Why would they wait until now?" The only explanation was that they were summoned by Tangjie. The Tang tribulation must have reached some kind of agreement under the control of the big demon, so it's mutually beneficial, or it's under the control of the big demon. The war drum's speed is also slowed down to wait for the 4 Extreme sect. He looked at everyone's disbelieving faces and snorted, "Let's wait and see. If I'm not wrong, those big demons and Tangjie will immediately board the 4 Extremes sect's battleship." What made everyone's expression turn uglier and uglier was that after the 4 Extremes sect's battleship and the war drum connected, they really got along very well. There was no sign of a fight at all. At this moment, Tangjie's face was not looking good either. He stared at a man standing on the warship with his hands behind his back and said coldly, "Xianxia, why are you here? What about Inflate? Why didn't he come?" Xianxia looked at the people on the drum, his gaze especially lingering on Yuan Sun and the drum. His eyes then turned into a cold smile of death as he said indifferently, "The 9th young master has other matters to attend to and has sent Inflate. I was sent to the demon plains to rescue the eldest young master." "What a joke!" Tangjie's face darkened. "Inflate is one of my men. Who does 9th brother think he is?" How can he command him? He yelled. Unmoved, Xianxia said casually, Inflate has already sworn his allegiance to the ninth young master. Tang Jie's pupils contracted as a look of disbelief flashed across his face. Inflate was his most loyal death warrior. So how could he betray him? He mocked. You old dog. You actually tried to rape me. Do you know that this is a capital crime? Xianxia's face was livid as he said in a low voice. I'm the ninth young lord's man, and I'm here on the ninth young lord's orders to rescue the eldest young lord. If you don't believe me about Inflate, you can ask him when you get back. Humph. Old dog. Get out of my way. Tang Jie stood at the edge of the war drum and was about to cross it. He shouted at Xianxia, who was in front of him. A murderous glint flashed in Dan Yang's eyes as he said coldly, Young master. Where's the Yang key? Before I came out, the ninth young master repeatedly warned me that Yang Yaozi was a serious matter and nothing must happen to it. Let this old man have a look at the Yang key first so that I can explain to the ninth young master. Bah! Old dog. Who do you think you are? Tang Jie spat a mouthful of phlegm and shouted angrily. Even Tang Xen doesn't dare to be so arrogant in front of me. You're just a dog under her. How dare you shout at me? Does Tang Xen know you're so arrogant outside? Does that mean I can't board the ship without the Yang key? The aura of a superior suddenly burst out, especially after he had suffered all kinds of humiliation during this period of time. When he saw that an old dog dared to bully him, he almost went berserk, and every word he said was aggressive. Xianxia's face turned purple. Behind him, the experts of the Four Extreme sect were all staring at him. No matter what, he was still a 7-star martial supreme. Even the sect master of the Four Extreme sect would be polite to him. This young brat had actually insulted him so rudely. He was on the verge of killing him, and his eyes were filled with unconcealed killing intent. Tang Jie's eyes sank and he stared at him coldly, as if he was sure that the other party would not dare to make a move. Both parties were in a stalemate for a while before Xianxia finally suppressed his anger and stepped back to make way. Of course not. Although this is the ninth young lord starship, the eldest young lord is also qualified to board it. However, the few people behind eldest young master are Juju. Tang Jie looked back and said, These are all my friends. He emphasized the word friend, and his face was frighteningly dark. Xianxia did not think much of it. He thought that Tang Jie was angry at him for interfering in his business and offending his superior. His heart was filled with killing intent as he gritted his teeth and said, Once I obtain the Yang key, I will slice you into pieces and feed you to the rats in the sky. He did not pay much attention to Shang and the others. They were all martial arts grandmasters, and were no different from ants in his eyes. On the other hand, although the unconscious Yuan Sun's essence had been greatly damaged, he still had the aura of a martial honor, which made him pay more attention. Li's battle drum also seemed to be an extremely powerful profound-level weapon. As soon as everyone boarded the warship, Tang Jie began to give orders. He pointed to the warship of Empyrean 1 Pavilion in the distance and said, Xianxia, kill all the people from the Empyrean 1 Pavilion. How dare they be so disrespectful to me? Eldest young master, my mission is to ensure your safety. You have to get back what you've lost, if you're still a man. Xianxia scoffed. Old dog, are you teaching me a lesson? Tang Jie's anger could not be contained. With a cold flash in his hand, his vermilion bird saber left a crack in the air as he slashed towards Xianxia's neck. Xianxia snorted coldly in his heart, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. In the ninth young master's heart, Tang Jie would die sooner or later. As long as he did not lose the Yang key, he could casually reply that Tang Jie had died in the demon plane. He might even be rewarded. After he made up his mind, he sneered and grabbed at the crack. The golden light in his 5 fingers joined together, and a sharp chi jumped out continuously. It was as if it was indestructible and could grab and break everything. With a grab of his hand, the spatial rift was immediately annihilated into a black line. With a casual flick of his hand, it disappeared into thin air. Xianxia's face was nonchalant, but a look of ridicule appeared on it. Although the vermilion bird saber was powerful, the power that Tang Jie could exert was not worth mentioning in front of him. A 7 stars martial venerable. How dare you offend your superior? Tang Jie's eyes were also filled with killing intent as he sneered in his heart. Xianxia was only a 7 stars martial supreme. Any one of the great demons behind him could kill him with a 9th-tier mystic weapon. Therefore, he was fearless and grinned hideously. Xianxia, do you know that this is a capital offense? Xianxia could not help but burst out laughing. Haha, young master, you're really good at acting. You're indeed a member of the Tang family of the 4 Extremes sect. You're the one who's going to die. If you dare to offend this old master, I'll make you wish you were dead. Now hand over the Yang key and I'll give you a quick death. A cruel smile appeared on his face. He took a step forward and opened his domain, suppressing Tang Jie and several big demons in an imposing manner. Eldest young master, do you know what I want to do the most right now? Xianxia's face twisted slightly as a cold aura shot out from his eyes. He glared at Tang Jie and said hatefully, no matter what, I'm still a 7 stars martial supreme. I'm respected wherever I go, and you dare to call me an old dog. I'll pull out your tongue first. He stretched out 2 fingers and stabbed them into Tang Jie's mouth, fast as lightning. Tang Jie retreated in horror. He couldn't avoid it in time and only felt that a ray of light was about to shoot into his mouth. So he suddenly closed his mouth. Swish! Xianxia's fingers stopped right in front of Yiji's lips. There was a sharp blade between his fingers, which was the finger sheath on Yiji's back. If he had not caught the blade in time, his fingers would have been sliced off. Tang Jie's face turned blue. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat and his teeth chattered. He hurriedly took a few steps back. A mere Wu Zong, you're courting death. Xianxia flew into a rage. A mere martial arts grandmaster had dared to disrespect him. Furthermore, he had a carefree look on his face that made him want to be trampled on. He bent 2 of his fingers in an attempt to break the gloved sword, but it did not move at all. What's going on? His heart trembled as he suddenly felt the icy cold chi coming from the sword. He knew it was not good. Whoosh! Wing flicked his index finger, and the sword was raised. Xianxia quickly retracted his finger, but it was too late. His index finger was cut off like tofu. Dan Yangza broke out in a cold sweat as he looked at his severed finger in shock. His eyes widened in disbelief. A mere Wu Zong had actually cut off one of his fingers? Not to mention him, there were also a large number of cultivators on the starship who were watching from a distance, all of them stunned. Die! Xianxia's anger soared to the heavens as he sent a palm strike at Yi's head, wanting to turn him into a pile of meat to vent his anger. Wing chuckled and spread his arms wide. His 10-finger daggers spread out like spider legs, creating sword projections by his side. They slashed into Xianxia's palm wind, breaking through his force and slashing at his arm. Ah! Xianxia suddenly felt that something was wrong, but it was too late. In the blink of an eye, he felt a sharp pain in his arm. Then, his entire arm flew up like a finger and landed on the deck of the warship, twitching continuously. At this moment, everyone on the battleship was completely stunned. How could the 7 stars Marshal Supreme, who was usually so high and mighty, be so weak? Every time he hit it, he would lose a part. Only then did Tang Jie come back to his senses. He suddenly laughed out loud and said ferociously, "Ha-ha! Xianxia, I told you that you're an old dog. You're still unconvinced? Wing, cut off his 2 legs, and I'll let you old dog know the consequences of offending me." "Young Master Tang," Shang suddenly said, "this man is also a 7 stars Marshal Supreme. He might be of some use to us. Why don't we let Li place the 7 Evils seal on him? He'll still be of use." When Tang Jie heard about the 7 Evils seal, he shivered and gloated. He laughed and said, "That's right, that's how it should be." Li chuckled as he walked forward. Every step he took was like stepping on a war drum, creating a bang sound that shook the hearts of people. Xianxia wanted to resist, but the war drums seemed to be beating in his heart. His blood vessels expanded and his true qi became chaotic. His dantian also started to throb, making it impossible for him to concentrate and circulate his true qi. Pa! Li drew a few symbols in the air and injected them into Xianxia's body. He sighed softly. I learned some crooked and insignificant skills back then. I just thought it was fun. I didn't expect it to be of great use today. Times are different now. Xiang laughed. Everything has changed. Otherwise, why would we need to use such a trick? Xianxia retreated more than 10 meters in fear and said, Who are you people? Opposing me is the same as opposing the Tang family and the Four Extremes sect. Have you considered the consequences? Pa! With me, the eldest young master of the Tang family and the rightful heir of the Four Extremes sect. Here, do you think you are fit to represent the Four Extremes sect? Tang Jie said angrily. His expression turned cold. It seems that ninth brother is quite ambitious. When we go back, I must teach him how to be a good younger brother. Xianxia still wanted to struggle, but all of a sudden, his limbs and bones began to itch. He scratched his skin in fear and said angrily, What kind of seal did you place on me? Itchy. So itchy. It's so fucking itchy. I'm dying from the itch. The effect of the 7 evil seal started to take effect. He rolled around on the warship like a madman, wailing in all kinds of pain. In the end, he even knelt down and begged for mercy, hitting his head against the deck. After struggling for more than an hour, he finally lay on the ground like a dead pig and groaned. The cultivators on the starship had long been dumbfounded, their bodies shivering. They were all subordinates of Tang Xian, the 9th young master. If Xianxia was in such a state, they did not know what would happen to him, so they were all very nervous. Tang Jie's face turned ashen as he recalled the feeling of 7 lives and 7 deaths. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. He steadied his mind, stepped forward, and stepped on Dan Yang's head, shouting, Old dog, are you convinced now? Xianxia's body twitched as he lay on the ground and groaned. I'm convinced. Eldest young master, please spare me or kill me. I will never dare to go against you again. Humph. I won't let you off so easily. I still have use for you, you old dog. Tang Jie felt the pleasure of conquering him. He lifted his head and shouted, Now tell me, did inflate really join Tang Xian? Xianxia felt as if all his hopes had been dashed. He could no longer resist the person in front of him. It's true, the 9th young master. Pa! Tang Jie directly gave him a slap and shouted. He's not worthy of being called young master. Just call him by his name. Yes, yes. One side of Xianxia's face immediately swelled up. He wailed weakly. Tang Xian promised to find a heavenly soul nirvana swordgrass for inflate. That's why inflate swore his loyalty. Humph. Heaven soul nirvana swordgrass. Do you think I'm an idiot? Those were peak 9th level spiritual herbs, and they all contained unparalleled sword intent. Even the Four Extremes sect might not be able to obtain them easily. Where did Tang Xian get so much power? Inflate is not a fool. How could he believe it? Xianxia knew that he had betrayed Tang Xian by saying this, and there was no other way out, so he simply betrayed her and said, Because Tang Xian has already gotten the support of the Yu family and seems to have signed some kind of agreement in secret. What? Bang! Tang Jie flew into a rage and slammed Xianxia to the ground, making a loud noise. He said angrily, He actually colluded with the Yu clan. What a gutsy dog. Do you have any evidence? Xianxia gradually recovered from the fear of death, but he had lost all confidence. I'm just a 7 stars martial venerable. I'm not qualified to participate in those secret agreements. How can I have any evidence? He seemed to know what Tang Jie was thinking and said, Even if you tell the society head, he won't believe you. Instead, he'll think that you're stirring up trouble. Tang Jie felt a burst of irritation in his heart and began to ponder. The Yu family was a big family second only to the Tang family in the Four Extremes sect. The sect masters of the Four Extremes sect were originally selected between the Tang family and the Yu family. For hundreds of years, they had been suppressed by the Tang family, and there was not a single outstanding disciple among the younger generation. Seeing that they were declining day by day, they did not expect Tang Xian to collude with them. She was really bold. "Let's take things one at a time," said Xiang, patting his shoulder. "Don't forget that you still have us, your friends. Let's settle the disputes in the demon land first." As soon as Tang Jie heard the word friend, he felt like crying but had no tears. However, these demon clan members were all powerful. If they could be used, even if they could not compete with the Yu family, they were not far from it. After all, it was impossible for the Yu family to support Tang Xian openly. Otherwise, if his father found out, Tang Xian would be completely finished without him having to do anything. "That's right, brother, he is right." He also called Yuan his brother, coldly scanning the warriors on the battleship. All of them felt a chill in their hearts and kept stepping back. Tang Jie walked towards the martial artists and said coldly, "Those who declare their loyalty to me now will be granted supreme honor. Those who aren't loyal will have their entire family killed." As soon as Tang Jie's words came out, those martial artists were frightened at first, but then they were overjoyed. Fuck, he had already said this. Was there still a need to choose the answer? One after another, they swore their loyalty, each more ruthless than the last, and each more sincere than the last. There were also people who scolded Tang Xian, even scolding her ancestors. Later, they found that Tang Jie's face was getting uglier and uglier, and then they remembered that they had the same ancestor. They were so scared that they quickly shut up. Tang Jie's eyes were cold as he took out a dark brown stone and sneered. "I've recorded everything you've just said with an audio and video stone. I'll send it to Tang Xian when I go back. From now on, you can work for me with peace of mind." The martial artists' faces all changed, and their mouths were wide open in horror. If Tang Xian had not heard what he said just now, he would definitely be blacklisted and might die at any moment. He could only follow Tang Jie to the end. Xianxia broke out in a cold sweat as well. He felt that the members of the Tang family were not as simple as they seemed. It seemed like he had underestimated the eldest young master. "Ha ha ha." Xiang laughed. "I didn't know you were such a schemer." Tang Jie had a cold smile on his face. Although Inflate's betrayal made him extremely depressed, he felt a little better after taking in so many of Tang Xian's men. He snorted, "These bastards, if you treat them a little better, they'll be rebellious." He glanced at the battleship of Empyrean One pavilion in the distance and asked with killing intent in his eyes, "Xiang, that Heavenly One pavilion's warship is following us. Do you want to fight or leave? Say something." With so many subordinates, he had regained the temperament that the young master of the Tang family should have. He was neither servile nor overbearing to these demons, but he was still extremely submissive in his heart. He had to consult them on major matters and did not dare to overstep his boundaries. Not only was his life in the hands of others, but these people were also a great help in fighting against Tang Xian. They were all unexpected and were enough to give Tang Xian a fatal blow. However, he also understood that he would have to pay a high price. As the young master of the Tang family, he also had the temperament of an overlord. Xiang's expression turned serious as he muttered to himself. Their current strength was enough to deal a fatal blow to the Empyrean One Pavilion Chamber of Commerce, but it was hard to figure out how much losses they would suffer and whether there would be any sudden changes. After the destruction of the grand microscopic armillary sphere, he had to be extremely careful with every step he took. The rest of the demons were all furious, as if they wanted to take revenge. Xiang's body began to exude a domineering aura as well. His eyes shone with an ancient light, as if he was looking down on all life. Since everyone wants to fight, then let's fight. Tang Jie was taken aback. Xiang's aura was like that of an unparalleled overlord, an unparalleled king, making it impossible for anyone to resist. He took a deep breath, suppressed the fear in his heart, and ordered, "Everyone, get ready. We're going to bombard the warship of the Heavenly One Pavilion." The battleship slowly turned around, and all kinds of attack formations on it lit up one by one, starting to prepare for attack. The expressions of the people on the warship of the Empyrean One Pavilion changed drastically. Even a fool could tell that they were about to be attacked. Li Yunxiao. Qing Luo cried out in shock and anger. They are really going to deal with us. What should we do? Even the great demons were not confident, let alone now that they had joined up with the Four Extremes sect. Yunxiao also frowned and said, "It's hard to get rid of a large tail. The Netherworld battleship's weakness is that it's clumsy. Can only stay here and be beaten. If that's the case, it'll be a competition of energy consumption." A cold light flashed in his eyes as he said coldly, "If that's the case, then we'll attack as a defense and charge at them. As long as I can get within 500 meters, I'm confident I can destroy their warship." He still had the Divine Realm tablet, the nemesis of the battleship, in his hands. However, the tablet was filled with a deathly aura and the power of the realm was extremely weak. However, within a range of 500 meters, he could still control it as he wished. Moreover, just by using the infinite gravity of the breathing earth, he was still confident that he could smash the Netherworld warship into pieces. Yunxiao's face was solemn as he said in a deep voice, "Everyone, listen to my orders. Use all your primordial stones and don't worry about consumption. As long as we win and snatch their primordial stone reserves, it'll be fine." He unconsciously began to give out orders. Although everyone felt that it was a little strange, they were very convinced in their hearts and listened with bated breath. Yunxiao's eyes swept over the crowd like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, but everyone felt as if they were being stared at. They could not help but feel a sense of respect and a solemn look on their faces. The mystic artifact of the leader of the demon race named Shang has been damaged, so he's no longer a threat. There are only 4 demons left. I'll take care of you. Li has been using her battle drum to isolate the 5-element spirit-devouring rats. She's exhausted. Her battle drum attacks indiscriminately, so she doesn't dare to use it casually. Only talismans and the winged skeleton are left. Qing Luo's expression turned ugly. Although these 2 people are weak, they can fully unleash the power of a 9th-tier profound armament. Anyone below the martial supreme realm can't withstand a single blow from them. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts when they heard the noise of the talismans, and they couldn't summon any battle intent. Yunxiao's cold eyes were fixed on Qing Luo as he said coldly, "Do you think that a 9th-tier profound armament can be used so easily? Even if their martial arts grandmaster cultivation was used up in one go, it was impossible for them to unleash 100% of their power. As long as you can take a few big moves, they will be helpless." Qing Luo snorted coldly. "You've taken a few powerful attacks. Humph, why don't you go and try?" Yunxiao narrowed his eyes at her and said, "Then I'll deal with one of them, and I'll leave Mr. Yu to Empyrean 1 Pavilion. What do you think?" Qing Luo thought for a moment and smiled. "How can I accept that?" However, there was no shame on his face. Yu's performance in the previous battle was very ordinary, and Yunxiao, a martial grandmaster, had shattered her arm with one move. Could be said that she had no bright spots. In Qing Luo's eyes, she was definitely the weakest minion. Yunxiao sneered and said, "It'll be fine. I'll leave Mr. Yu to the experts of the Empyrean 1 Pavilion. I'll deal with one of the 2 demons. As for the other one, I'll take care of him." He turned to look at Yifan. Everyone from the Hall of Holy Fire felt a chill in their hearts and their expressions turned ugly. No one wanted to encounter those 2 great demons who possessed 9th-tier profound armaments. Yifan's expression darkened. He said solemnly, "All right, leave the other one to us." "Young master." Fengzhu was shocked. He wanted to reject but was stopped by Yifan. "Yes." Yifan said with difficulty, "Our strength is only enough to stop one big monster. We can't assign more tasks." "I understand, Lady Qing Luo." Yunxiao nodded. "As long as I can sink the enemy's warship, do you have the confidence to deal with the remaining experts of the 4 Extremes sect?" Qing Luo's expression turned ugly. After all, she did not have any information on the experts from the 4 Extremes sect. However, when he thought that the rain was not a problem and that he had so many experts here, he felt a little embarrassed and reluctantly agreed. Yunxiao smiled knowingly. He estimated that with the strength of the Empyrean 1 Pavilion, It was impossible for them to withstand the attacks of you and the Four Extremes sect. When both sides were seriously injured, he would be able to take down a great demon, and then he would come back to take advantage of them. What surprised him was that Yi Fan had the confidence to deal with a big monster. He must have a hidden card. Since the Temple of Holy Fire was Yi Nanshan's inheritance, it was normal for him to have some hidden cards. After distributing them, his eyes were filled with killing intent. He stared at the Four Extremes sect's battleship and shouted, "Full speed ahead. Activate all offensive and defensive formations to the maximum. We'll fight with our backs to the water." As his loud and clear voice spread, everyone on the battleship was invigorated, their auras bursting with battle intent. Under the attack of the five-element spirit-devouring rats, the two warships charged at each other and began to bombard each other. The Netherworld's attack, coupled with all kinds of attack formations, caused the sky to be filled with all kinds of energy collisions. A large number of five-element spirit-devouring rats did not dare to approach. Some died, some fled, and more than half of them dissipated. After that, they seemed to retreat in an orderly manner into the distance, leaving a piece of sky and no longer disturbing them. Xianxia's eyes narrowed as he thought to himself, "I'm going to kill you." These spiritual rats had indeed received the orders of the Rat Emperor. What did the Rat Emperor want to do? What was the purpose of attacking everyone at all costs? The entire sky was filled with the collision of all kinds of attacks, many of which landed on the warship, causing it to shake. The Netherworld warship's absolute power was also reflected at this moment. In a large-scale battle, it was indeed a lethal weapon. In such a battlefield, cultivators below the cultivation of Martial Emperor Realm could not even squeeze in. Tang Jie's voice suddenly rang out on the battlefield. With his cultivation at the peak of the Martial Emperor Realm, he poured his vital chi into the sound waves and made a loud promise. "Scumbags of Empyrean 1 Pavilion, didn't you want to catch me? I'm standing here today, and I want to see what you have." This naked provocation made the people of Empyrean 1 Pavilion furious. Yunxiao sneered and replied, "If you have the ability, then stand there and don't move." Tang Jie stood proudly at the bow of the ship, facing the wind. Looking at the energy explosions all over the sky, he laughed out loud and said, "Haha, Li Yunxiao, you don't have to provoke me. This young master will sit in this position today and will not take a single step away. I will not make a single move and will see how you will all turn into ashes in the time it takes to raise your hands and laugh." His subordinates immediately brought over a fur chair and a table, which was filled with spirit wine and spirit fruits. He sat down triumphantly and began to drink by himself, with the temperament of an overlord. "What if I move?" Yunxiao sneered. "What if I do?" Tang Jie pondered for a moment. After calculating that his side had the absolute advantage of winning, and that there would not be too much of an accident, he snorted coldly and said, "If I change my position today, I'll eat this Netherworld warship in front of you." Yunxiao nodded and smiled. "Good, good. I hope you're still a man and can keep your word. In front of all the experts from the Four Extremes sect and Empyrean 1 Pavilion, I hope you can keep your word. If you treat your words as farts, I'll see how you can continue to live in the future." With a flash between his eyebrows, the Divine Realm tablet turned into a golden light and shot out. It passed through all kinds of attacks and instantly arrived above the Four Extremes sect's battleship. It turned into a small mountain and fell down suddenly. Tang Jie gasped. The Divine Realm tablet appeared above the Netherworld warship, blocking the sunlight and making it dim. He cried out in horror, "Quickly shatter it!" The Netherworld battleship's tail was too big to fall, and the great demon's expressions changed slightly. At this moment, Xianxia stood up and expressed his loyalty. "Don't panic, eldest young master. I'll handle it." He flew up and condensed a ball of light in his left hand. With a loud shout, he blasted it at the Divine Realm tablet that was pressing down on him. Although his right hand had been cut off by Wing, the cultivation of a 7-star Martial Venerable was still extremely terrifying. A domain appeared with a punch, and then it shook toward the Divine Realm tablet, as if it would break it. The judge's pupils shrank, and a cold light flickered in his eyes. It was this holy weapon that had crushed the axis of his Tai-Wei armillary sphere. Although the spiritual chi was not as overbearing as it had been at that time, the infinite gravity had shaken the air and pressed down layer by layer, making the people on the battleship feel great pressure. He sighed. This is indeed a saint weapon. This infinite gravity seems to contain the breathing earth. Xianxia won't be able to stop it. Tang Jie was shocked and looked up in horror. If he couldn't block it, this thing would smash down and his warship would be destroyed. Cold sweat burst out of his forehead. He had just boasted that he would not move, but now he was trembling. No wonder Yunxiao had provoked him. It turned out that he had such a trick up his sleeve. What should he do now? If he ran away, wouldn't he be immediately slapped in the face? Where would he put his face? He looked at the demons for help. Richard looked at him with pity and sighed. Run. It's better to be slapped in the face than to be killed. I'm gonna run anyway, so you can do as you see fit. He was extremely nimble. As soon as he finished speaking, the demons disappeared from the warship and reappeared in the distant sky. Li was still holding Yuan Sun. Boom! When Xianxia's punch finally landed on the tablet, the smug smile on his face turned into shock and horror in an instant. He kept shouting in fear. What's going on? This pressure is overwhelming. The Divine Realm tablet's weight was getting heavier and heavier. His punch had only slightly reduced the speed of falling for a moment, and then it fell rapidly again. It was inevitable that it would crush the warship. Not good, run! Xianxia was the first to cry out in shock. He instantly turned into a beam of light and shot out. Immediately after, many experts on the warship fled. Tang Jie was stunned. At this time, he naturally didn't care about his face and flew out with everyone. Boom! The Divine Realm tablet landed on the Netherworld battleship without any suspense, falling down with it. In the process of falling, the sound of the battleship shattering could be heard, and it landed with a loud crash. Boom! With another earth-shaking sound, a huge pit was smashed into the demon plains, shaking the earth and mountains. Yunxiao's face was a little pale. His mind was connected to the Divine Realm tablet, so he could directly feel that the tablet's condition was getting worse and worse. Under the suppression, it had once again suffered a great loss. With the divine incantation in his hand, the Divine Realm tablet instantly flew back to his glabella. At this time, the people of the Empyrean 1 pavilion were completely petrified. It was not until Yunxiao shouted that they reacted. Overjoyed, Qing Luo ordered, "Attack! Maximize your attack!" At this moment, the 4 Extremes sect and the others were all alone in the sky. They were caught in the storm-like attacks of the Netherworld warship and were exhausted from dealing with them. Yunxiao's mocking voice also came from the sky. Eldest young Master Tang, hurry up and eat the warship. Everyone is watching. You can't have forgotten what you said a few breaths ago, right? Tang Jie's face was so gloomy that water was about to drip out. This was simply a slap to his face, and it was so loud. He shouted with all his strength, "Kill him! Kill Li Yunxiao! All of you! Charge over and kill them!" He no longer had any grace. The experts of the Empyrean 1 pavilion wore bitter looks on their faces. Under such a powerful attack from all directions, even they, who were martial emperors, had to be careful when dealing with it. None of them dared to rush up and court death. Even though Xianxia was able to handle the situation with ease, he did not dare to rush forward. After all, the other party's experts were all eyeing them covetously, staring at their side without fear. If they rushed forward, wouldn't they become the target of public criticism? Shang was frowning as well. He had thought that it was an overwhelming advantage, but he did not expect the first round to be this pathetic. He shouted, "Talisman!" Understood. Fu immediately understood. With a flash of light, the axe appeared in his hand. He carried it on his shoulder and rushed toward the Netherworld battleship of Empyrean 1 pavilion. Although he was burly, he flew very nimbly, shuttling through all kinds of attacks. The Netherworld battleship was a little far from him, and he could not guarantee that it would be destroyed in one strike. After all, his strength was limited, and every time he used a 9th-tier profound armament, He would have to expend a huge amount of energy to ensure that he would hit the target in one strike. Xianxia's pupils constricted as he shouted, "Stop him! Who's going?" The experts of Empyrean 1 Pavilion were shocked and stepped back slightly. "As we've agreed, those two demons will be left to your rookie mercenary group to deal with," Qing Luo said. Yifan walked up with a serious expression. "I'll do it." Feng Zhu and the others all had ugly expressions. They were all silent, but their eyes were full of hatred. Everyone looked at Yifan curiously, not knowing what he would do. Yunxiao also began to guess, as if he had noticed something. Yifan sighed. He took out a golden pill and held it in his hand. It was as big as a pigeon's egg, but the spirit qi was very dense. It gave off a terrifying aura. As soon as the pill appeared, an extremely powerful aura spread out. Everyone's eyes widened in shock as they felt the terrifying power. Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he cried out, "Emperor-level martial intent core." Yifan smiled bitterly. Martial will pill can only form a lower-level existence. Unless an immortal state warrior is involved, how can there be monarch-level existences in this world? This is a pseudo-emperor-level martial will pill, but it's still an honorable grade pill. It's just that a large amount of emperor qi from the 9 heavens was forcefully poured into it. I see. Once again, Yunxiao was sure that Yi Nanshan's cultivation base was one step higher than his previous life. At least, he could not refine a martial will pill of this level. Gulp! Qing Luo, who was beside him, gulped. Not only her, but the rest of the people also had greedy looks on their faces and their eyes were shining. Yifan looked at everyone's expressions and sneered. "You guys aren't thinking of snatching it, are you? After snatching it away, I'll go deal with this great demon's 9th-tier profound armament myself." Only then did everyone from the Empyrean 1 Pavilion calm down. The power of a 9th-tier profound artifact could only be resisted by the Emperor Qi of the 9 heavens. "Stop all attacks," Yunxiao shouted. "Rest and prepare for the second round of attacks." He stared coldly at Fu, who was constantly dodging. Stopping his attack was to give Fu a chance to attack. With his martial arts Grandmaster Cultivation, after using a 9th-tier profound artifact with all his strength, he would need at least several hours to regulate his breathing before he could use it again. This was also the reason why Fu was constantly getting closer and closer in order to strike with all his might. The attacks that filled the sky immediately stopped, but the commanders and alchemists on the warship could not relax. They quickly changed all kinds of consumed primordial stones and took medicinal pills, waiting for orders at any time. The people of the 4 extremes sect in the distance heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly regulated their breathing. The martial emperors, in particular, all had white faces. As for the martial arts grandmasters, they were basically all annihilated under this round of attacks. Haha! They must have used up all their primeval stones. Tang Jie was overjoyed. His eyes were cold as he said, "Shang, how about we kill our way over?" The referee rolled his eyes at him and did not say a word, which made Tang Jie somewhat inexplicable. "Young Master Tang, you're a resourceful man?" Li sighed and scolded. "Look at the defensive barrier of their warship. It's even stronger than before. It's almost at its limit. It proves that their Yuan Qi has not been exhausted, but that they have gathered their strength and used it all for defense." "That's right, they've seen Fu's axe before," said Shang with a serious tone. He wondered how these people were going to stop him. A defensive boundary of this level cannot withstand more than half of the power of a 9th-tier profound armament. Rain's heart was also moved, and he said in a deep voice, "Lord Shang, I'm worried. Especially that Li Yunxiao. I always feel that this man is not simple." Shang's brows furrowed as he shouted, "You! Go forward to receive the talisman. If you encounter any danger, bring him back immediately." "Yes." Yu's eyes shot out a ray of light as he flew forward. Shang's 4 guards were all powerful fighters, but after losing their powers for tens of thousands of years, they had fallen to the level of martial arts grandmasters. Ji had also died under such circumstances. As long as they had enough resources and a certain amount of time, they would be able to recover their cultivation from tens of thousands of years ago. The death of any one of them would be an incalculable loss. The trauma from the battle with Qing Zhu was still etched deeply in Shang's heart. Fu Fei stopped 100 meters away from the starship and looked at the people on board with a sneer on his face. They didn't seem to be afraid of him at all. Each of them was confident, even sneering. Fu frowned. His intuition told him that something was wrong. He tightened his grip on the battle axe and slowly raised his aura. No matter what the other party's trump card was, he had to give it his all and destroy the warship. Otherwise, if they had too much of an advantage, the outcome would be hard to predict. It was his mission to destroy the battleship. Fu's aura continued to rise, and everyone's eyes were focused on him. Other than the sound of Mr. Yu flying, the entire sky became quiet. Yifan's hand tightened. His martial will pill started to activate. This treasure that had been passed down for thousands of years was finally going to be used up in his hands. But all of this was for the sake of finding Noah's ship. It was worth it. Fu opened his mouth wide and let out an earth-shattering roar. The axe in his hand shone with a golden light as he raised it high. The power of a 9 heavens profound artifact was enough to change the color of the sky. Xianxia axe, 1000 transformation slash. Everyone's vision turned black as if heaven and earth had been destroyed, leaving behind only a single force that transcended space. Yifan was so shocked that he didn't know what to do. Under that destructive power, he felt like an ant that could be destroyed at any moment. Suddenly, a power came from his palm. It was the faint light from the martial will pill, and a wave of warmth, which dispersed the fear in his body. I'm the descendant of the peerless martial sovereign Yi Nantian. I can't back down in the face of any difficulties. Yifan gritted his teeth and pushed his aura to the peak. The martial will pill in his hand burst out with a strong light. He roared and threw it towards the power that made him feel fear. Boom, boom, boom. An earth-shattering boom followed, as if the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing. The entire netherworld battleship was jolted back a distance, as if it was about to shatter. The defensive barrier flickered and became extremely dim. The sky was filled with an intense light, and one could not see anything. Shang's expression turned ugly as he said in shock, Emperor-level martial intent core condensation? How could such a thing exist? No, it's not a monarch-ranked one. After Fu's body was struck, all of his yuan qi was sucked dry. His entire body collapsed, and he was about to be swept up by the aftermath of the explosion. Yu's pupils contracted as he let out a cry of shock. He twisted the space in front of him with his spirit and instantly moved the talisman to his side, using his body to protect it. The impact swallowed the rain. Everyone from the 4 Extremes sect also had their mouths wide open. They were so shocked that their mouths could fit into their shoes. Xianxia broke out in a cold sweat. Was this the power a martial arts grandmaster should have? Looking at his empty left shoulder, it was no wonder that he had been chopped off. The people of the Heavenly One Pavilion on the warship were all terrified. If Yifan didn't block that attack, they would have been wiped out. Lady Qing Luo, it's your turn. Yun Xiao suddenly shouted. Don't let the rain escape. The Yu Zhang talisman flew backward with great difficulty from the terrifying energy. Qing Luo's eyes flashed with a cold glint as she snorted. He's just a martial emperor. Who's going to deal with him? An old woman behind her stepped forward and said, Lady Qing Luo, leave it to me. That Rain's cultivation level seems to be about the same as mine, and he's also bringing someone with him. He'll definitely be restrained if he fights. I'm 90% confident that I can take him down. That's right, Granny Shimin, Qing Luo said with a happy smile. You must win and show off the might of Empyrean One Pavilion. Yes, Granny Shimin's face was solemn, as if she was determined to complete the mission with her life. He saluted Qing Luo, shouted, and rushed out of the battleship, chasing after the rain. Yun Xiao sighed inwardly and turned his head away, unable to look at her. At this moment, he suddenly felt that he had become a little cruel. He couldn't bear to say, Lady Qing Luo, it's better if you and the other martial supremes attack together. It might be more secure. The 3 martial venerables, 2 women and 1 man, all had white hair, and they seemed to be extremely unhappy as they snorted coldly. Qing Luo's eyes were also cold as she stared at Granny Shimon's back. She said coldly, "Li Yunxiao, if we have to deal with a mere martial emperor, who will deal with the experts of the Four Extremes sect next?" "Demon, stay here." Granny Shimon's movements were a little shaky, but they were extremely fast. In 8 steps chasing Cicada, she caught up with you and slapped his back. Big pineapple palm. She bent her body in the air and curled her feet in front of her body. Her whole body turned into a round ball, protecting all the vital parts of her body and reducing the area of attack. At the same time, she clenched her left hand into a fist and placed it in front of her chest. She planned to attack and defend after the attack, and she could advance and retreat freely. It was a very experienced attack technique. Yue turned her head and coldly spat out a word, "Die!" He waved his right arm, and it started to beat like a heart. With every beat, it expanded to the size of an iron bucket, and he threw it at Granny Shimon's palm. Bang! The fist force exploded, and Granny Shimon's big pineapple palm was instantly pierced through. Before she could react in shock, her own defensive body was also shattered. Her physical body exploded in the air, and not even her bones were left. Qing Luo and the others' eyes popped out as if they were in a dream. They rubbed their eyes with all their might, thinking that they must have seen wrong or were hallucinating. Yunxiao's eyes were also filled with horror. There was absolutely no primordial qi in the punch just now. The strength of the fist force alone was enough to instantly blow up an 8 stars martial emperor. Even his soul battle technique, dragon-breaking fist, could not achieve such a strength. What was going on? It hadn't been long since they last met, and he was actually so powerful. He had a faint feeling that something was wrong. This rain was much stronger than he had expected. Fortunately, he was not the one dealing with it. He turned his head and said, "Lady Qing Luo, the rain is about to escape." Qing Luo shuddered and recovered from her shock. She shouted, "3 martial supremes, who will go?" Blowing up an 8 stars martial emperor with one punch was something that any martial supreme could do. Therefore, although the scene was shocking, she didn't raise her guard. After all, it was common for people of the same rank to have huge differences in strength. "Lady Qing Luo," Yunxiao sighed, "if we lose another martial honor, we'll really lose." Qing Luo trembled violently as a look of astonishment shot out from her eyes. She glanced at the rain in the distance and shouted, "3 martial supremes! Attack together!" The 3 martial venerables frowned. Although they were not happy, they did not dare to disobey. They turned into 3 rays of light and shot towards the rain. The power of their domains spread out and stacked together, pressing down with a bang. Xianxia's pupils contracted as he pleaded, "Young master, those 3 old men aren't weak. I'm afraid Mr. Yu is in danger. Why don't you let me get rid of them?" Tang Jie had been giving him a cold look during the Divine Realm tablet incident, which made Dan Xianxia very uneasy. He had been looking for an opportunity to show his value and loyalty, even though he had lost an arm and his strength had been greatly reduced. However, he was a 7 stars martial supreme. Dealing with 3 3-stars existences was still a piece of cake. Tang Jie looked at Shang, asking for his opinion. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Even though he did not know who Shang and the others were, it seemed like they were highly regarded by the Tang tribulation. It seemed like he had to build a good relationship with them in the future. Chu Weiwei shook her head and smiled. It's okay. Since he had said so, Tang Jie naturally did not worry. He said gently to Xianxia, "Mr. Dan, have a good rest. You'll be of great use later." Xianxia's heart trembled as he nodded in agreement. The rain protection talisman was immediately trapped by the 3 domains. All of his yuan qi was bound and he couldn't use any power. The old revered martial artist shouted, "Stop, demon! Surrender! Follow me back and ask for forgiveness." Fu did not have any strength left. His face was pale as he said, You go first. Don't worry about me. Don't worry. They're just 3 minions," you said calmly. "Woof! You're looking for death." The old man roared in anger. His 5 fingers were like mountains, and he pressed his palm over. A huge handprint condensed in the air, and the power to topple mountains and overturn the seas rolled down. Humph! You snorted, and a cold light flashed in her hand. The tail-light sword stabbed towards the palm print. The cold light turned into a sharp blade and instantly pierced through the giant palm, slashing towards the old man. Although he was not able to use a 9th-tier profound armament to the greatest extent like the other great demons, he had still cultivated to the state of mind and spirit as one. He could mobilize a small part of his power, which was enough to kill a martial supreme. Moreover, his strength had reached the peak of an 8-stars martial emperor. Even if he were to use the tail-light sword, he would still have sufficient vital chi to support it for a long time. "Be careful!" The other 2 old women shouted as their expressions changed drastically. The old man was also shocked. He felt the sharp chi on the sword light, which seemed to be invincible. He was so scared that he quickly retracted his palm and retreated in the air. The sword light shot into the sky, brushing past his body, and cut his brocade robe. He was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. This demon can't be underestimated. Attack together! An old woman shouted and finally stopped looking down on him. She took out a sword and stabbed him. The other old woman also showed her power repeatedly, and instantly threw out hundreds of punches. The sky was densely covered with fist shadows, and the rain was completely surrounded. She threw punches one after another. The space seemed to be crumpled by the chaotic punches, and Rain's figure seemed to be in a trance. The sword-wielding old woman's eyes flashed. A slash swept over and directly cut the blurry figure apart. Rain's figure immediately disappeared. "Where is he?" The 2 of them were shocked and looked around in horror. To their horror, they found that not only the rain had disappeared, but the old man, Empyrean 1 Pavilion, for Extreme Sect, and the 5-element spirit-devouring rat in the distance had also disappeared. Only the 2 of them were left in the world. An illusion! The 2 of them instantly reacted, but what kind of mental energy was needed to be able to make a martial supreme realm expert fall for an illusion without him knowing? In the sky above the demon plains, the old man who dodged the sword looked in front of him in shock. His 2 companions, who were showing off their might just now, stood there in a daze, as if they had been immobilized by a spell. They could only watch as Yu Yi's sword slashed over. "Stop!" the old man roared with all his might. Copper rings kept surging out of his right hand, connecting in the air and sweeping across the distance. He also knew that something had happened, and his heart felt heavy. Qing Luo, who was on the battleship, couldn't sit still any longer. Without even saying a word, she turned into a beam of light and rushed out. She cast the silk in her hand, covering the sky and the earth, blocking out the sunlight. On the other hand, Yunxiao's eyes were filled with deep fear. Even he could not see through the rain's illusion, which meant that it had obviously improved. It was not just the strength of the physical body that was improved, but an overall improvement in strength. Bang! Rain's sword momentum changed, cutting apart those copper rings. Then 3 sword rays slashed out, forming a claw that swept through the air, and placed the old man under the sword rays. The old man turned pale with fright. He hurriedly retracted the bronze ring and fled backward. "Don't run!" Qing Luo, who was rushing over, shouted loudly. The silk in her hands spread out and actually blocked the might of the tail-light sword. She then spread it out in the air. The old man was overjoyed. The silk in Qing Luo's hands was a famous existence among 8th-tier profound armaments. Even though Yu's tail-light sword was 9th tier, it was limited by her cultivation and couldn't exert too much power. "Lady Qing Luo, there's something strange about this demon. He seems to know illusionary techniques. Saving the people is more important." Qing Luo's face was ashen. She extended the silk in her hand and was about to sweep the 2 old women away. Yu's face changed. He spread out his mental power and sent the 2 old women into the void. When they reappeared, they were dozens of meters away. The 2 of them were still at a loss. "Demon, don't be so insolent." Qing Luo flew into a rage. The silk in her hand scattered, filling the sky with shadows. It was as if the heavens and earth had been changed. Her figure shuttled back and forth between the silk, giving off an ethereal feeling. Seals kept appearing in his hands as he shouted, "Rosy cloud light destruction!" The silk fabric floated in the air, forming a space and trapping the rain inside. The old man was overjoyed. The two copper rings in his hands merged into one and shot out rapidly, cutting the air in a piercing way. After using a spiritual attack, Yu's face was pale and unsightly. Moreover, he was still holding Fu in one hand, and the tail-light sword in his hand blossomed with a cold light. The sword light shot down in all directions, piercing through the layers of silk and slashing toward the two. Clear sky sword technique. 9. The silk that filled the sky was broken, and the old man's bronze ring was also sent flying by the sword light. The space immediately turned into a sea of sword chi, spreading in all directions as if it wanted to devour everything. The people of the Four Extremes sect looked on in shock. They could not understand how a martial emperor could have such power. Tang Jie, on the other hand, was overjoyed. The stronger these demons were, the stronger he would be. "Lord Shang," Li suddenly asked, "can you cultivate the ancestral bloodline and form the ancestral body?" Shang looked at Yu's performance and seemed satisfied. "Rain has absorbed the mother's aura in this abnormal bloodline, so there's a certain chance of cultivating the ancestor bloodline. If I can absorb a few more, then there won't be any problems." Li looked at Yuan Sun, who was still unconscious, and said, "This pervert seems to have siblings. I wonder if they have the aura of a mother." "Not necessarily," the referee replied, "but the chances are much higher than others. When we've recovered to the peak of the Nine Heavens realm, we'll go to the Death God Palace to take a look." Rain was extremely talented, but it was a pity that he was born in this era when the monster race was in decline. Otherwise, he would have been an amazing high priest. However, with this Li of yours around, he should be able to improve further. Xianxia and Tang Jie's hearts twitched violently when they heard this. To recover to the peak of the Nine Heavens realm? The two of them looked at each other in horror and felt cold sweat break out on their foreheads, and their palms were a little wet. Could it be that these monsters were once at the peak of the Nine Heavens realm? This was equivalent to the 10 great martial sovereigns and the 7 great sect masters of the human race. Li's eyes revealed a look of reminiscence, and he sighed slightly. Li was the supreme existence of her clan. For tens of thousands of years, she had forgotten her name and only remembered that everyone called her Li on the battlefield. Qing Luo's expression changed drastically. Not only had the sea of sword qi devoured her 8th-tier mystic weapon, the silk, but it had also annihilated her martial honor domain. The aura of death was spreading toward her. "Li Yunxiao, get those two martial venerables to attack. I can't hold them back any longer." Qing Luo cried out in fear. The old revered martial artist was also doing his best to resist the attack of the sea of sword qi. In the distance, the two old women began to struggle, as if they were about to break out of the illusion. "I don't think that's a good idea," Yunxiao said lazily. "I don't think so. The tasks have already been assigned, and the opponents are also chosen by you." Qing Luo panicked. She didn't know that Mr. Yu was so terrifying. If she had known, she would have blocked the attack of the great demon's 9th-tier mystic weapon. At most, she would have lost 1 or 2 people. Now they were about to be wiped out. She said anxiously, "Change. I'll leave the reign to you and leave the other great demon to us." The people on the battleship were all covered in cold sweat, and they were speechless. "Young Master Yun, if anything happens to Lady Qing Luo and the others, we won't be able to survive on our own," Shinli said in a hurry. Yun Xiao was also worried. He took a step forward and instantly appeared above the battlefield. Then threw the divine realm tablet down into the sea of sword qi. The breathing earth could stabilize the 4 seas and suppress mountains and rivers. As it fell into the storm below, the sea of sword qi was greatly hindered and gradually retracted back into the tail-light sword of the rain. "Who?" Qing Luo heaved a sigh of relief. She had just escaped death. She looked at the divine realm tablet in shock. She didn't know what it was. Her ultimate move, which could even break an 8th-tier mystic weapon with a single strike, was actually suppressed by this thing. Furthermore, the Netherworld battleship was also crushed by this jade tablet. Li Yunxiao, I'll leave this place to you. Please help me save the two revered martial artists. After Qing Luo said this, she and the old man quickly ran back into the battleship. You again? You stared at Yunxiao coldly, his eyes growing colder and colder, and his killing intent bursting out. He had a feeling that if this person didn't die, he would be a great disaster. The space around Yunxiao began to float, as if it would be blown away by the wind at any moment. What a strong spiritual power. It's at the peak of the 8th rank. Yunxiao's shadow kept floating in the air, his face extremely solemn. A cold light shot out of his eyes as he shouted, "But Ying Luo is useless to me." A ray of golden light suddenly shot out from between his brows. He slowly opened one of his eyes, and a strange blood-red crescent moon appeared in his pupil, isolating him from the surrounding mental energy. His figure gradually solidified and remained unmoved. Yu's pupils contracted as he stared at the third eye on his forehead. He said in shock, "This is the Swanen Eye, the immemorial Heaven's Eye. You stole Gu Yuesheng's immemorial Heaven's Eye. It's none of your business." Yunxiao cried out softly as he performed a very strange incantation gesture with one hand. A stream of golden tadpole-like characters emerged in his primordial heavenly eye, shooting out a powerful force. "I technique boundary." Shang's eyes suddenly opened as he stared at the tadpole-like characters in Yunxiao's third eye. His face filled with shock. The immemorial heavens I released rings of invisible power that gradually pushed away Rain's spiritual power. It seemed like it was going to suppress the situation. In his shock, Yu slowly calmed down. His killing intent rose as he shouted, "You're indeed not simple. If I don't kill you today, you'll be a great disaster in the future. Even if he has the immemorial heaven's eye, what can he do to me? It's just an ant trying to shake a tree. A mantis trying to stop a car." He performed an incantation gesture with his hand, gathered all his mental power, and suddenly shot it at Yunxiao's third eye. Yunxiao smiled hideously and said, "I never intended to be stronger than you." A smug smile appeared in his eyes as he conjured an art with one hand and shouted, "Pupillary abilities star shift." His body twisted and turned into a ball before disappearing in front of you. Yu's spiritual force missed. In the next moment, Yunxiao appeared on his left, dozens of meters away. His face was very pale, but his smile did not fade. He pointed into the distance and said, "I'm just trying to lure you to attack and let these two old ladies get out." In the distance, the two old women of the Empyrean One Pavilion looked around in horror, not knowing what was going on. You did not care about the two old women at all. Instead, he turned his solemn eyes to Yunxiao and said coldly, "With a 6th rank soul power, you can use the immemorial heavenly eye to shift your position. You're truly an extraordinary genius. Even Gu Feiyong didn't have such a heavenly talent like you." Yunxiao stood in the air and said coldly, "What, you're not convinced?" "I'm convinced. I'm truly convinced. It's precisely because I'm too convinced that I have to kill you this time. The existence of a person like you is too dangerous." Yu's killing intent rose. "Ripple scamper, lock!" he suddenly shouted. His mental power spread out like an ocean and locked the surrounding space. "I'll lock the space with my Tier 8 soul power. Let's see how you're going to switch places. Your holy weapon can suppress my sea of swords, but can it withstand my clear sky technique?" The tail-light sword in his hand suddenly stabbed out, and a golden light like the scorching sun appeared in the sky. He shouted, "Clear sky technique, 10th sword." A wave of sword light came crashing down, about to swallow Yunxiao in an instant. Yunxiao was horrified. The space around him had been locked by the other party's mind, and there was no way to escape. The sword light was so strong that even a martial honor would not dare to take it head-on. On the Netherworld battleship, the two old women had already returned. A hint of shame flashed in Qing Luo's eyes as she said to the others, "The enemy is too strong. Let's retreat first." What? Yifan was stunned. Then he became furious, almost shouting, "He saved you? But you want to abandon him? Qing Luo's face turned red and she said angrily, "What do you know? We're preserving our strength for another battle. If they all die, who will avenge him?" Yifan's body trembled in anger. He had destroyed one of his strongest martial will pills in exchange for such an outcome. Although he did not have a deep friendship with Yunxiao, he had a very pleasant time with him. How could he abandon him and run away? "If you want to run, you can run. I won't leave," he said angrily. "You're still too young, kid," Qing Luo sighed. "In this world, life is the most important thing." Pottery also showed a difficult expression and said, "Young lord, let's leave. If I lose my life, all my plans will be for naught." Yifan's eyes were filled with anger. He stared at him and said, "Clay pot, let me ask you, if you don't have the heart of a martial artist and run away in despair, how can you achieve the supreme martial Tao in the future? If I were to escape today, my inner demons would be born and I would never have the chance to advance to the rank of a martial honor, let alone a martial supreme, or even a peak martial supreme." Turpot was stunned. He looked at Yifan in a daze, as if this was the first time he met him. "Young master, I'm very pleased." Qi Guang heaved a long sigh and smiled. "If you don't have the heart of a strong person, no matter how high your cultivation is, you're just an ant and it's difficult to achieve the great Tao." Everyone from the Empyrean One Pavilion blushed, and many of them felt extremely guilty. Even the three martial supremes looked ashamed. What do kids know? Qing Luo was embarrassed and angry. "If you're not leaving, then hurry up and get down. The longer one lived, the higher one's cultivation, and the more one feared death." Yifan's face was ashen. Just as he was about to get off the battleship, a black armor appeared under the overwhelming sword Qi. It seemed to be very powerful and had already blocked the sword light. All kinds of demonic Qi flickered on the black armor, and strange symbols kept appearing, but they gradually disappeared under the sword Qi. "This is a Kasaya." Yi's pupils shrank and his expression changed. He said in horror, "Demonic Qi? Armor made of demonic Qi? Are there still devils in this world?" His shocked expression was extremely unsightly. Li Hai also seemed to have recalled something and his expression also changed. Yunxiao pushed open the demonic sky armor, but it still could not withstand the towering sword Qi. He pointed at his glabella, and a golden beam shot out as he shouted, "Get out and smash him to death." Rain was also shocked as he looked at the armor that was filled with demonic Qi. Suddenly, his pupils shrank as he saw something rush into his sword light. It actually squeezed open a crack and burrowed in his direction. "What's that?" Yuning looked over, only to see a small gourd-like thing passing through his sword light. Its target was herself. "This aura is dense. It's undoubtedly a demonic beast. But what kind of demonic beast is this? It has the cultivation of a 7th-tier martial emperor. How can its body withstand my clear sky sword 10? He was stunned. With such a cute form, countless demonic beasts flashed through his mind, but he couldn't match them at all. Furthermore, there was no time for him to think. The adorable beast was right in front of him. Its body suddenly grew huge, and its adorable appearance became extremely ferocious. Its 2 green bean-sized eyes, one purple and one green, roared loudly and smashed down with its fist. The fist force was surrounded by purple and green Qi, and it could actually break his sword Qi. The difference in appearance is too big. The psychological gap is so big. I don't feel like there will be love anymore. Li was stunned for a moment, and her originally loving look became a frown. Now the demonic beast looked like an ugly, coarse man. "What kind of monster is this?" Shang asked, frowning. "Why don't I have any impression of it? Is it a new species?" Li was also suspicious and pondered. "I can feel a kind of weapon accumulation in its body. Could it be that it's not a demonic beast, but a profound-level weapon?" Yu's heart suddenly twitched, and he cried out in horror. You're a stone beast. Why did you have plastic surgery?" He recognized it at once and suppressed the shock in his heart. He withdrew the sword in his hand, and the overwhelming sword light disappeared instantly, condensing back on the sword and gathering. How could the gored little King Kong understand what he was saying? It roared and smashed its fist down. Layers of green and purple chi intertwined in the air and broke the sky. Yunxiao's demonic sky armor disappeared soon after, and he broke out in a cold sweat. If he had been a little later, the defense of the demonic sky armor would have been broken directly, and at that time, even his mighty body would not have been able to withstand the astonishing sword light. I don't care how you transform. You're just a 7th-rank demonic beast. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? Rain's sword momentum changed. The tail-light sword streaked across the air, leaving behind several sword shadows. The power on it gathered to a critical point and suddenly slashed out. Clear Sky Technique, 11th Sword. The Clear Sky Sword skill was divided into 13 moves, which were the ultimate comprehension of the sword way by the ancient mighty people. They were passed down and learned by Rain. Every sword form had a difference between single target attack and group attack, and Sword 11 was the strongest single target attack, only second to Sword 13. It was also the strongest form Rain could barely perform. The golden light on the tail light sword seemed to have burned the air. It slashed down fiercely, directly splitting the purple and green chi of the gored little King Kong and slashing on the fist. Bang! The fist and the sword collided, making an ear-piercing sound of weapons colliding. The gored little King Kong's ferocious face revealed a painful expression, and at this moment, cracks began to appear on his fist. What? Yu's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He was so shocked that cold sweat broke out all over his face. His opponent was able to take the 11th move of his Clear Sky Sword skill with his bare body, and it was even a 9th-grade tail light sword that directly cut his fist. Only he knew how terrifying this was. Even though the purple-green arm was beginning to crack, Yu didn't relax or feel smug at all. Instead, he was even more shocked. Boom! The gored little King Kong's right arm finally burst open, and pieces of broken metal floated in the air. He wailed in pain. Yunxiao was also shocked. Only he knew that the body of the Calabash King Kong was made of the purple Shadow Qingxua sword, which was a 9th-tier material, but it had been shattered by Yu Yijian. The attack just now not only contained the power of a 9th-tier profound artifact, but also the supreme sword intent, which shocked him deeply. In terms of understanding of the Tao of the sword, he believed that he was the best in the entire realm of heavenly martial arts. Therefore, he comprehended the world and created 3 sword techniques. Just now, Yu's Clear Sky Sword 11 gave him the urge to fight. However, his rationality instantly prevailed, and he retracted the battle intent in his eyes. With his current strength, even the Devil Sky armor wouldn't be able to save him from Yu's sword. After the gored little King Kong's arm was broken, it roared madly. The broken metal fragments in the air stagnated and suddenly gathered together again to form an arm, which smashed down again. What? This Rain was truly shocked beyond compare. Such a powerful body and the ability to repair itself without limit. Wasn't this Tao Wu invincible? He was so shocked that he couldn't believe it. He slashed down with his sword again. 11th sword. Shatter. Boom! After the gored little King Kong's arm blocked the attack, it broke again. This time, its aura was much weaker. The purple and green chi also became extremely faint, but the fragments still flew back and gathered again. Yu panted heavily. Using the tail light sword like this, even he couldn't hold on much longer. This time, he found that not only was the Calabash little King Kong's aura much weaker, but it was also full of cracks after the arms were put back together. It was just a mechanical assembly and not a complete fusion. Yunxiao's face turned serious as well. The stone beast should have broken through the 7th tier long ago, but he did not know why it was only at the 7th tier. Could it be that its cultivation could not increase after it was refined into a half-beast and half-tool? Just as he was frowning, the Calabash little King Kong seemed to have a strange reaction. Roar, roar! The gored little King Kong began to roar in the air, as if it had been greatly stimulated by the 2 broken arms. His face also became distorted, and the sky began to turn gloomy. On the Netherworld battleship, Qing Luo and the others were so dumbfounded that they forgot to escape. Yi Fan, on the other hand, said with an excited look, I didn't expect Big Brother Yunxiao to be so amazing. What was that metal block? A demonic beast or a profound level weapon? No one could answer his question. They were all at a loss. Shang looked up at the sky in shock. This is the Swan and I, the law of the heavens. What's going on? Li's face turned pale with shock. It's just a 7th-rank demonic beast. So how could it trigger the laws of heaven? They were still fearful of the might of the lightning during the battle with Little Green. The lightning that was flashing in the sky was the power of lightning. Tang Jie was also terrified and said in fear, "Could it be that the ancient evergreen tree is hiding in the void?" Yu's face also changed in horror. The lightning and thunder that began to appear in the sky were the rolling heaven's might, which pressed down on him and made him a little breathless. Moreover, the heaven's might came with the roar of the gored little King Kong. The gored little King Kong roared again and again. The purple and green in its eyes became brighter. The cracks on its arm began to close up, and its aura rose rapidly. It broke through the peak of the 7th rank and reached the 8th rank of the martial-honored realm. He raised his large hand, clenched his pot-like fist, and punched at the rain. That punch actually contained the power of a domain, and it was the beginning form of a basic martial arts technique Vajra fist. The rain was suppressed by the fist force, and he couldn't break the space with his strength of an 8 stars martial emperor. Ripple rush, form displacement. In his shock, he hurriedly used his spiritual power. Boom, boom, boom. A bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the sky, chasing after the power of that punch, as if it wanted to fuse with that fist wind, becoming one. Heaven's might surged. The space that the rain had just distorted was instantly bounced back and returned to its original state. He wanted to teleport away, but he failed. Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he said in great joy, "I understand. So that's what happened." He was suddenly enlightened. After the stone beast had turned into the gored little King Kong, it was already a half-beast, half-tool existence. And if a profound weapon wanted to advance to the 8th tier, it had to go through a lightning tribulation. However, there were no thunderbolts in the Divine Realm tablet. Therefore, although the calabash little King Kong's aura had long reached level 8, he couldn't comprehend heaven and earth and form a domain because he hadn't been tempered by the thunder tribulation. Now that he was outside the Divine Realm tablet, the weapon accumulation that had broken through to the 8th rank directly triggered the rule of heaven thunder. Under this thunderbolt, it was the key to whether the gored little King Kong could advance to the 8th grade or not. If it couldn't withstand it, the outcome would be the same as the advancement of profound armaments, completely scrapped. It turned out that the thunder was not chasing the rain, but the gored little King Kong itself. As a peak 8th tier alchemist, Rain also understood what was going on, and her face turned extremely unsightly. The thunderbolts that were originally chasing after the other party were now actually heading straight for him. He was not unfamiliar with the 8th tier thunder tribulation of a profound artifact. He was not sure if the other party could withstand it, but at least he had no confidence at all. Moreover, he still had a talisman in his hand that had no energy at all. Although the people in the distance didn't understand what was going on, the calabash little King Kong's punch had triggered the lightning tribulation, which shocked everyone and left them dumbfounded. Under the might of the heavens, the rain actually became calm. He raised his head slightly, and his eyes flashed with a trace of reminiscence. He reluctantly took out the purple glassware, which was rippling with bright red blood. The glassware reflected his face, which was unusually painful. He raised his head and poured the bottle of blood down his throat. His eyes were empty, without any light. Yunxiao's face was extremely solemn. He was the closest to the rain, so he could see the changes in his expression. Even he had sensed the surging power in the bottle of blood. Bang! A burst of power suddenly burst out from Rain's body, shaking the surrounding air. His black robe was shattered at this moment, and his veins popped out. His body swelled to more than twice its original size, and a crimson-red color appeared on his back. A meridian as thick as a finger appeared on his spine, beating as if it was alive. Li's pupils shrank, and he cried out in horror, "The zoo branch! Bang bang!" Yu's body continued to expand as the red meridian throbbed. The tail-light sword in his hand also emitted a strange red light, which opened up a space under the heavenly might. The whole process seemed extremely slow, but it was also extremely fast. In the moment of the thunder and lightning, the rain had undergone a tremendous change, and its aura made Xianxia feel extremely suppressed. Clear sky technique, sword 13. He didn't move, but under the heaven's might, a sword light rushed out, as if Yu's entire person had become one with the sword chi, and they were indistinguishable. The thunderbolt broke apart and met the gored little King Kong's King Kong fist. Xianxia's face changed in horror as he muttered to himself, "This sword intent is dense." Boom! The two forces collided with each other. One was the red sky, while the other was the might of thunder. The sky was divided into two distinct colors, and they were in a stalemate. Voila! The gored little King Kong's body suddenly shattered at this moment. His body, which was condensed from ninth-tier materials, could not withstand the lightning and sword technique. He opened his mouth in horror, and soon his head gradually dissipated, revealing the red heart of stone in the sky. The lightning and thunder that filled the sky also broke through the clouds and dissipated under this sword. As the sun shone down, the heaven's might that had been pressing down on the hearts of every martialist finally dissipated, and everyone heaved a heavy sigh of relief. On the other hand, Xianxia's face was extremely unsightly. With a few flashes, he rushed forward and opened the primordial heavenly eye between his eyebrows as he cried out, "Pupillary ability." The shattered metal materials and heart of stone were instantly collected by him. Yu's face darkened as he took a step toward Xianxia, raised his sword high again, and slashed down. That demonic red light appeared in the sky and turned into 10,000 rays of sword chi. Yu was determined to kill him, or else he would cause endless trouble, although he began to feel a violent backlash in his body, and he did not know what would happen next. At this moment, he felt an endless power being born in his bloodline. It was the best time to kill Xianxia, and if he missed it, he would never have another chance. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat as he felt thousands of sword beams penetrating his body, about to tear him into pieces. "You're very strong, but you're not strong enough to kill me." Xianxia's eyes were also filled with ruthlessness. After collecting the broken body of gored little King Kong with his primordial heavenly eye, he did not retreat or dodge, but walked toward Mr. Yu. You wanted to kill him, and he wanted to kill him too. "Kid, are you crazy?" The demonic dragon's anxious voice was heard. "With your strength, you'll be dead under this sword light." Xianxia's face was filled with determination as he said coldly, "Not necessarily. Your soul and mine will merge into one now." "No." The demonic dragon was shocked. "Even if you merge them together and display the dragon-breaking fist, you won't be able to block his clear sky sword 13, unless you have the indestructible golden body now." "Shut up," Xianxia shouted angrily. "Why are you talking so much nonsense? Just do as I say." His soul directly manifested in the Divine Realm tablet, and he grabbed the Kunwu Divine Tree, which had a bad premonition and was about to escape, and said, "I'm really sorry this time. Go back to 2 or 3 months ago. I'll make it up to you after this." Lil Wu shrunk rapidly in his hand and cursed with all his might, but it was to no avail. He quickly turned into the size of a baby and stared at him with a venomous gaze. Xianxia, who had almost sucked his soul power dry, said coldly, "If I die, the Divine Realm tablet will be ownerless and you'll have to float in the void for countless years. In your long life, why do you have to be so calculative when you've suffered losses for a few years?" At this moment, the demonic dragon in the depths of his soul also felt the nourishment of the surging soul power. However, he did not look happy at all. Instead, he had a grave and worried expression. He gave a deep roar and began to merge with Xianxia's soul without any hesitation. A strong light burst out of Xianxia's primordial heavenly eye between his brows, like a sun shining in the sky, as if it was going to pull the sky into the endless void. Not only that, but after merging with the demonic dragon soul, his body also began to undergo abnormal changes. He felt as if he had been demonized, and scales began to grow on his body. Large beads of sweat rolled down from Yu's forehead, as if he was in extreme pain. He endured the changes in his body and roared as he pressed down with even more force. He shouted desperately, "Sword 11! Yunxiao's appearance was also very terrifying. His immemorial heaven's eye was activated to the extreme, and wisps of blood burst out of his pupils, which were even about to break. Who will die and who will live will depend on this. Golden tadpole-like runes condensed in the pupils of the primordial heavenly eye, and suddenly exuded a calm and unsophisticated air. A purple cauldron shot out of the eye and fell into Yunxiao's hand. He shot out a few golden tadpole-like characters that landed on the purple. Instantly, a majestic and solemn ancient charm was transmitted, as if a singer was singing. The cauldron of mountain and river was controlled by his immense soul power, and it kept changing. Rays of light shot out from the cauldron like colorful lanterns, and also like fireworks in the sky, becoming more and more magnificent and dazzling. In the distance, Shang's mouth was wide open as he looked at the glimmering golden tadpole-like characters on the cauldron of mountain and river. His mind was completely blank. The rest of the people were also shocked and didn't know what was going on. Such a brilliant and colorful profound level weapon didn't have any ancient charm. It gave them a strange feeling, as if within those lights, there was a space of its own and it didn't belong to this world. I don't care how many swords you have. I don't believe that you can break this cauldron of mountain and river. Yunxiao roared, and his primordial heavenly eye began to crack inch by inch. But an infinite soul power gushed out of it, driving the purple cauldron to crash into the sword beam. Rain's 11th sword had just slashed into the light of the cauldron of mountain and river and seemed to have disappeared without a trace. It was as if the power of a realm was crushing towards him like a wheel. "Wing!" the referee shouted in shock. Wing immediately recovered from his shock and charged forward. Yu's sword radiance was being devoured by the light of the cauldron of mountain and river. He looked at the cauldron that was crashing towards him in horror. His body was also suffering from the backlash of his bloodline power. He could barely move. He was also an alchemist, so he could naturally feel the endless power of the cauldron. It was not an ordinary 9th-tier mystic artifact at all, or it would have been impossible for it to devour the sword light of his tail light sword. Bang! Just as the cauldron of mountain and river was about to come, the primordial heavenly eye between Yunxiao's eyebrows finally could not hold on any longer and exploded with a bang, interrupting the surging soul power. Eft! Yunxiao's heart trembled, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He looked unwillingly at the rapidly shrinking cauldron of mountain and river, whose light was gradually fading, and a feeling of helplessness welled up in his heart. Just a few dozen meters, and he could have completely annihilated Rain. Unwilling to give up, the cauldron of mountain and river quickly turned back into a miniature cauldron and fell back into Yunxiao's hand, lifeless and without any aura. Eft! The fusion of the demonic dragon in his soul had also reached its limit. The two souls shot out in an instant. His sea of consciousness was ravaged by the spiritual storm. He couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood and almost fell from the sky. Big Brother Yunxiao. A crisp sound came as Yifan rushed into the battlefield, held Yunxiao, and quickly retreated back to the warship. Yu Hifu was also caught by Wing and brought back to the Four Extremes sect. Shang quickly checked Yu Yu's injuries, especially the red meridian on his back, and his eyes were filled with joy. You formed the ancestral vein. Li was also extremely excited. However, Yu wasn't happy at all. His face was extremely pale, and he kept spitting out blood. He said with difficulty, "Lord Shang, if Li Yunxiao is not killed, he will bring endless disasters." Shang's expression turned serious as well. He looked at the netherworld battleship in the distance with a heavy heart. If the purple cauldron that had just been revealed was really a saint artifact, then this brat had two saint artifacts on him. This was definitely a heaven-defying, ominous sign. Tang Jie also felt a chill run down his spine. It seemed that being injured by Yunxiao at that time was not an injustice at all. But now he was no longer confident. The only people he could bring out were Wing and Xianxia. If they were to lose more, It would be a big question whether they could survive the attack, let alone dominate the demon plane and find Noah's ship. Brother, should we fight or retreat? Tang Jie had the intention to retreat and asked. Shang gave him a look and began to hesitate. Although he was sure that Yun Xiao had no more trump cards, he could not make a decision as Yun Xiao's Calabash Warrior and Purple Cauldron had exceeded his expectations. Li's heart suddenly moved. He looked into the distance and said, Lord Shang, I can sense a strong demonic qi. It seems to be very violent. Can I use it? Shang's eyes brightened. I'll try, Li Ning said. She took the mini-war drum from her waist and started beating it. Every strike followed a certain pattern, and a faint sound wave spread into the distance. Big brother Yun Xiao, are you all right? Yi Fan helped Yun Xiao back to the warship. Seeing him constantly vomiting blood, he took out a few medicinal pills and tried to feed him. Yun Xiao's face turned pale as he stopped her and said, I'm fine. Your pill is useless. Yi Fan felt the surging power in Yun Xiao's hand, and it did not look like he was injured. Then you're the one who ran. With a pale face, Yun Xiao shook his head slightly and sat cross-legged on the warship. He made an incantation gesture with one hand, and a faint golden tadpole-like character appeared in his palm. Then, he began to perform the Great Expansion Divine Technique to regulate his breath. Forcefully throwing out the cauldron of mountain and river had already exceeded the limits of his soul power. Now, not only was his soul power rapidly depleting, even the demonic dragon was severely injured from the forceful fusion and had fallen into a deep sleep. Feng Zhu scanned Yun Xiao with his divine sense and found that his aura was strong and did not look like he was injured at all. He comforted Yi Fan. His soul power should be injured. As long as his main body is fine, he will recover sooner or later with some rest. Yi Fan finally calmed down. The expressions of the people from Empyrean 1 Pavilion had changed dramatically. They stood aside, not knowing what to do. In this situation, they couldn't run or not run. The warship suddenly fell silent. At this time, the woman from the Empyrean 1 Pavilion who was in charge of the warship said, Lady Qing Luo, do we still turn around and leave now? Qing Luo felt that she should consult Yun Xiao at this time, but he was already meditating, and it was not appropriate to disturb him. She looked at the Four Extremes sect in the distance. Apart from the faint drum sounds, there seemed to be no other movements. Let's wait and see. Make preparations to evacuate. Make sure you can leave as soon as you receive the order. He added. Everyone in the Temple of Holy Fire was floored. This was what a super sect should say, but the women of the Empyrean 1 Pavilion all looked like it was only right. The old man Wu Zun suddenly looked at Yi Fan and said, Little brother, how many more of that level of martial intent condensed pill you used before? I'm willing to pay a lot of money to buy it. He looked at Yi Fan's dazed expression and chuckled. Don't think that I can't afford it. The Empyrean 1 Pavilion is one of the 4 core members of the Merchant Union. We are not only powerful but also powerful. He suddenly stopped talking, only to see Yi Fan and the others looking out of the battleship in shock. He also looked over in shock, only to see a long shadow flying in the sky. It looked like a snake or a dragon, and it had huge wings that looked like a flying dragon when it spread open. On the back of the bird, there was a faint figure standing. The snake was several miles away, but the aura it exuded was enough to shock everyone. Could that be the 9-winged spirit snake bird? One of the 2 8th-order demon beasts in the Demon Land? Shun Li asked in surprise. A rank 8 spirit snake 9-winged bird. Everyone from the Empyrean 1 Pavilion was shocked. Qing Luo said in a deep voice, How could there be a person on the back of an 8th-order monster beast? Could he be a beast tamer? A beast tamer who tamed 8th-rank beasts? Shun Li was shocked. She only felt that the figure standing on the back of the 9-winged bird spirit snake was somewhat familiar, but unfortunately, her strength was low, so her vision was limited. When she got closer, she exclaimed, Xin Feng, the leader of the skeleton mercenary group. Xin Feng. What? Qing Luo was shocked and suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Those demons were from the skeleton mercenaries. Then, she hurriedly gave the order to escape, but to her horror, she realized that the space had been locked. A sealing force appeared around the Netherworld warship, trapping it. Shen Feng stood on the nine-winged spirit snake bird and coldly looked at Empyrean 1 pavilion. He then turned around and looked at you, who was covered in injuries. He frowned and said, "Mister, you're injured." His gaze fell on the battle drum in Li's hand, and a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. "I was wondering why the bird was so violent, so it was you. There's an ancient aura on the drum? Are you Mr. Yu's partner?" "Ha. It's actually Shen Feng." Yu was overjoyed. He struggled with no regard for his injuries and laughed. "The heavens are helping me. I didn't expect that you would be able to tame the nine-winged spirit snake bird by yourself." "Shen Feng, help me?" Shen Feng nodded. "Of course. I still need your help with some matters. Leave this place to me." He immediately saw through the situation in front of him, so he instantly cast his domain and locked everyone in the field. A powerful pressure pressed down from the sky, and all the people of Tianyi Chamber of Commerce were drenched in cold sweat. As if they had felt the power of heaven before, it was difficult for them to have the heart to resist. "Shen Feng, I don't care about the others," Yu Dao said, "but there's a man named Li Yunxiao among them. You must kill him. You can't leave him alive." His eyes were full of killing intent, and his fear of Yunxiao had already reached the bottom of his heart. He deeply regretted not killing Yunxiao in the Soft Song Grove. "As you wish." Shen Feng's face was calm and expressionless. He stood on the back of the nine-winged spirit snake and flew toward the Netherworld warship. Qing Luo and the others could feel the two powerful auras approaching. Their faces turned pale, and they regretted not escaping earlier. "We are from the Empyrean 1 pavilion," she said in horror. "If you dare to kill us, there will be no place for you on the heavenly martial continent." Yunxiao? The old man, Wu Zun, was also frightened. "My lord, didn't you want to kill Li Yunxiao? Just kill him. There's no enmity between us. You talk too much. As a warrior, you don't even have the awareness of death. No wonder you can live to such an old age. It's time for you to die." A look of disdain flashed in Shen Feng's eyes. He shouted and threw a punch. He was a 9-stars martial supreme, a peak existence below the great emperor realm. Even the Netherworld warship swayed under this punch, as if it would be destroyed at any time. Everyone from the Hall of Holy Fire turned pale. Feng Zhu and the others were anxious. They quickly thought about it. They had to make sure Yifan left no matter what. At this moment, Yunxiao suddenly opened his eyes, which were as calm as water. However, his soul power had not recovered yet, so he looked extremely tired. He wasn't afraid. He was ready to throw out the Divine Realm tablet if something went wrong and hide in it with everyone from the Temple of Holy Fire. Although there was no spiritual qi in the Divine Realm tablet now, it was still very safe to hide inside. At least, those below the peak of the Martial Emperor realm would not be able to break it. As for those from Empyrean 1 pavilion, he would just let them die on their own. Boom, boom, boom. The Netherworld battleship did not shatter from Shen Feng's punch. Instead, a beam of light appeared in the sky and shot toward his fist force. He frowned and changed the direction of his fist at the last minute. He smashed at the beam of light. The two forces collided in the air, and the light illuminated half the sky. Everyone looked up. After the light dissipated, a huge gold coin appeared in the sky, shining brightly and blinding. "Money Chamber of Commerce." Tang Jie's face instantly turned ugly, and his eyes were full of anger. That huge gold coin was actually a flying profound level weapon, similar to a battleship. It was extremely huge and took up half of the sky. However, its shape was pleasing to the eye and it looked very rich. And soon, Yunxiao saw a familiar figure on the gold coin. The man was also looking at him with a nod and chuckled. "Li Yunxiao, it's really satisfying to see you sitting there and waiting for death. I really want to see this expression of despair a few more times." Yunxiao raised his head, picked his nose, and flicked out a piece of booger. "Did I?" The man's mouth was wide open, and his face darkened. He had wanted to see Yunxiao's face after the disaster, but his frivolous look made him gnash his teeth in hatred, and he regretted saving this guy. "Qian Wudi, how dare you go against me?" Tang Jie roared in anger from a distance. That man was Chen Wudi, who had appeared in Mount Meru. His aura was much stronger than before. He was already a genuine martial emperor of the Seven Constellations realm, and his aura didn't seem to be simple. He turned a deaf ear to Tang Jie's words and said fiercely to Yun Xiao, "I really want to slap your disgusting face." Yun Xiao raised his middle finger and said contemptuously, "If you have the ability, come down yourself. Also, even if you didn't attack him, he wouldn't be able to hurt me. Don't think that I owe you my life. You can try to ignore it." Chen Wudi frowned. Although he did not see the battle earlier, Yun Xiao's extremely weak look at the moment could not be faked. If he had not made a move just now, he could not figure out how Yun Xiao could have dodged Chen Feng's overbearing punch. An old man beside Chen Wudi, who was the one who attacked just now, showed extreme displeasure on his face and snorted, "Young master, this young man is too rude. Why don't we wait and see how they die?" Tang Jie was so angry that his face was as ugly as a pig's liver. Chen Wudi was blatantly looking down on him, as if he wasn't worthy of talking to him. A strong killing intent burst out from his eyes. Shang frowned. He seemed to understand Yun Xiao's words. He was also a man with a supreme-grade mystic artifact which had its own space inside. If he hid inside, it would be difficult to break it without the power of a peak 9th tier. When the Empyrean 1 Pavilion's people heard that the old man didn't care about it, they started to panic. Qing Luo also hurriedly shouted, "Lord Xianxia, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. I'll never forget what you did just now. Please, Lord Xianxia, defeat the enemy and we'll definitely repay you." Chen Wudi fell into deep thought. He had come to ask Yun Xiao for a favor, but it seemed that the other party was not giving him face, so he said, "If I'm not wrong, your soul power should be damaged. I'll help you defeat these strong enemies and give you a Sky Soul Grass in exchange for one item on you. How about it?" Tier 9 Spirit Medicine, Sky Soul Grass. Yun Xiao was shocked. Such a heavenly treasure was very rare even for a 9th tier martial emperor. Moreover, it was a Sky Soul herb that was specially used to nourish the soul. Its value was so high that it was difficult to measure. His heart moved, and he seemed to have understood what Chen Wudi wanted. I understand. In terms of value, that thing is actually not as good as the Sky Soul herb, but now that the 2 meetings of the Merchant Union are about to be held, that thing's value has doubled." Chen Wudi snorted coldly, his face ice cold. "It's so much easier to talk to smart people. I came to Demon's Plain this time for the inexplicable Noah's ship and to find you. Since you've already guessed what I want, you don't need to say it out loud in case others spy on you. Just tell me if you want to exchange or not." Zhang Hanjia's expression changed as well. He didn't know what Chen Wudi wanted. With the power of the Chamber of Commerce, would they need to beg this kid? He said sternly, "Young master, if this brat has what you want, I'll go down and get it." Yun Xiao looked at Zhang Hanjia coldly and said, "Humph, just give it to me. Do you think you're a big shot? Believe it or not, I'll throw it to Tang Jie right now. I think he'll be very happy if he can get that thing." "You can't." Chen Wudi's face changed, and he shouted, "Hurry up and answer me." Tang Jie also frowned. Not only him, but everyone else also felt that it was strange. What did Chen Wudi take a fancy to? Could it be those few abnormally powerful profound level weapons? The crowd shook their heads. The profound level weapons Yun Xiao had shown were so valuable that they could not be exchanged for a heavenly soul herb. Yun Xiao knew that what Chen Wudi needed was the Tao fruit of martial will of 7 constellations he had obtained in Mount Meru. Now that Chen Wudi had entered the martial emperor realm, if he consumed the Tao fruit and comprehended all the martial intent rules of the 7 constellations realm, he would only need to accumulate vital qi to quickly rush to the peak of the martial emperor realm and peek into the 8 desolations realm. Moreover, with Money Sec's foundation, it was highly possible for him to break through in a short time. Especially on the eve of the 2 meetings of the Merchant Union, the martial will Tao fruit of the 7 constellations became particularly important. 3 heavenly soul herbs and 1 billion mid-grade origin stones. He would not be Yun Xiao if he did not take this opportunity to extort him. Everyone at the scene sucked in a cold sweat and stared at him in horror. What the fuck is this thing that he actually dares to bid like this? Tang Jie's heart was itching even more, and he really wanted to know what it was. The people of Empyrean 1 Pavilion were all covered in cold sweat. They were afraid that they would anger Money Gang and leave them behind. That would be the end of them. Thus, before Chen Wudi could speak, Qing Luo couldn't help but shout, "Li Yunxiao, don't go too far." Young Master Wudi's benevolence and righteousness were unparalleled, and he was supremely righteous. That was why he had stepped out to save everyone. "What is that thing of yours? Why don't you offer it to young Master Wudi with both hands? You're actually haggling over it and giving such an unreasonable price. It's truly disappointing." "Shut up." Yun Xiao frowned and said, "And shut that bitch up." Qian Wudi waved his hand, and Zhang Hanjia's eyes glinted coldly. He pointed his finger down at Qing Luo. Qing Luo was shocked and quickly retreated. However, the cold glint of the finger arrived in the blink of an eye and accurately shot into her throat. It did not penetrate her, but a strange mark floated on her throat. She coughed dryly, but no sound came out. Qian Wudi said leisurely, "I've already paid a portion of it. There's too much left. Normally, that thing of yours wouldn't even be worth a single heavenly soul herb. Besides, what do you think the sky soul herb is? Cabbage, onion, and garlic? And 3. In the entire realm of heavenly martial arts, there might not be more than 10. As for primordial stones, I can give you 100 million mid-grade primordial stones." "Humph!" Yun Xiao snorted coldly and said contemptuously, "That was then and this is now. That thing is naturally not as good as the heavenly soul grass in normal times, but now, I believe that if we auction it in Songyue City, it will at least double the price I bid." Tang Jie finally couldn't stand it anymore. Although he didn't know what it was, it must be something that could greatly reverse the competition between the two associations of the Merchant Union. Otherwise, Qian Wudi wouldn't have swallowed his anger and suffered a loss. He suddenly shouted, "Li Yunxiao, I'll give you the price you want. Give me that thing." Qian Wudi's face changed, and Zhang Hanjia's killing intent also spread out. The atmosphere around the gold coin became fierce. "Hee hee. This is going to be interesting." Yun Xiao could not help laughing. After regulating his breath for a while, although his soul power was still exhausted, at least his injuries had stabilized. He stood up from the warship and said with a smile, "Very good. The auction will begin now. The highest bidder will get it." Qian Wudi was furious, staring coldly at Tang Jie. "It seems like the Four Extremes sect isn't honest. Why don't I teach you guys a lesson first?" As soon as Qian Wudi finished speaking, Zhang Han activated his domain and locked onto everyone from the Four Extremes sect, ready to deal a fatal blow at any time. Tang Jie's face changed greatly as he hurriedly turned to his side and asked for help. "Mister, you." The only person who could go against Zhang Hanjia was Shin Feng. Rain frowned and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "Young Master Tang, I'm not interested in that thing. The only thing I'm interested in now is Li Yunxiao's life. Don't worry about us," he shouted at Shin Feng. "Just kill Li Yunxiao." He felt more and more that something was wrong. Every time Yunxiao was in a desperate situation, he could always come back to life, and the situation was constantly developing in his favor. He now felt that killing Yunxiao was more important than anything else. Shin Feng frowned. Although he didn't know why you wanted to kill this person so badly, he didn't want to ask. He just attacked. The wind from his fist condensed, and this time, he stepped on the 9-winged bird spirit snake and rushed forward. "Lord Zhang Hanjia, save him!" Qian Wudi cried out in horror. He was not afraid of Yunxiao's death, but he was afraid that the Tao fruit of the 7 constellations would also be destroyed by the punch. Although Zhang Hanjia was extremely unwilling, he still shouted and flew down from the gold coin towards Shin Feng. Both of them were 9 stars martial venerables, and the difference in their strength was not big. Even if Shin Feng had the help of the spirit snake 9-winged bird, it would be difficult to determine the winner in a short time. Moreover, there were many experts eyeing the huge gold coin in the sky. When Shin Feng thought of this, he frowned and retreated. He looked at them coldly, planning to wait for the opportunity to strike. What's there to consider, Li Yunxiao? Qian Wudi shouted. What's there to consider? There's only one heavenly soul herb, so I can't give you 3 even if I wanted to. I can give you the other 1 billion mid-grade primordial stones. However, I need some time to gather them. He was afraid that things would change, so he was eager to get the Tao fruit of the 7 constellations. I don't have that many heavenly soul herbs, Yunxiao said with a grin. I'll give you 2 billion mid-grade primordial stones. Qian Wudi's face was flushed red, and his head was about to smoke. He had never seen such an ungrateful person before. He roared in rage. Another 200 million. 1.2 billion mid-grade origin stones. Not even a silver coin or a copper coin. If you don't, I will kill you immediately, let alone these 4 extreme sect scums. After he finished shouting, he felt weak all over. Even if he obtained the Tao fruit of the 7 constellations, he would not be happy anymore. All right, Yunxiao narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, but you have to ensure my safety after the exchange. In fact, you and I have experienced life and death together, and have long been close comrades. If you want that thing, just say the word, and you even took something to exchange for it. You're too polite. Eft. Qian Wudi could not hold it in any longer. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with hatred. He really wanted to cut Yunxiao into 1,000 pieces. Yunxiao took out a purple glassware and threw it over with a smile. Everyone's eyes fell on that thing, wanting to see what it was, but they were all disappointed. The purple light didn't pass through, and they couldn't see what was inside at all. Qian Wudi was shocked. He didn't expect him to throw it so casually. No one was prepared, or it would have been extremely dangerous. After Qian Wudi caught it, he even trembled a little, afraid that he would fall. He looked nervous as he placed his hand on the purple vessel. He immediately felt the will of the Tao fruit of the 7 constellations within it and heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't open the container, for fear that even a trace of spiritual qi would leak out, which would be a great loss. That's right. It's exactly what I want. Qian Wudi was rather straightforward. He took out a storage bag and threw it over, saying, "There's a heavenly soul herb and 100 million mid-grade primordial stones inside. I'll give you the rest later. I don't have that many with me." Although it was a heartache, when he thought about how he would soon reach the peak of the martial emperor realm after obtaining the Tao fruit of the 7 constellations and directly spy on the 8 desolates realm, his mood improved again. Yunxiao took out one of the jade boxes, and as expected, there was a pale red spirit herb lying in it. Although it was somewhat incomplete in quality, it was undoubtedly a 9th-tier heavenly soul herb. "Thank you, Brother Qian." He was overjoyed. "Please protect me." Qian Wudi snorted coldly. "Since I've promised to protect you, there's no problem, and I don't want your face to be left under anyone's feet. I'm going to personally use the sole of my shoe to print it on your nauseating face." Yunxiao smiled, then sat down and swallowed the heavenly soul herb without chewing. Yu's face turned extremely unsightly, and he looked extremely disappointed. He knew that he could not kill Yunxiao this time. When his spirit power recovered, with 2 transcendent-grade profound-level weapons on him, no matter how strong the opponent was, as long as he hid inside, who could hurt him? Tang Jie was also very depressed. He had always been guessing what Yunxiao had given Qian Wudi, but he could not figure it out, so he was extremely depressed. As Yunxiao swallowed the heavenly soul herb, the entire sky fell silent, as if waiting for something. Qian Wudi suddenly smiled. "Brother Tang, the 2 conventions of the Merchant Union are about to start. You're still in the mood to take a walk in the demon plane. I really admire you. I wonder how Brother Tang Xian is doing? Compared to the 4 extreme sect, I can't help it." He was really bored, so he casually ridiculed and provoked Tang Jie. As expected, Tang Jie's face changed drastically when he heard that name. Although he knew that the other party did it on purpose, he still couldn't help but get angry. He gritted his teeth and said, "That trash is worthy of representing the 4 extreme sect? There's no point in staying." Shang sighed, frowning. "Let's go, young Master Tang." Tang Jie gave Qian Wudi and Yunxiao, who was still recovering, a fierce glare before he turned and left. Shenfeng stepped on the nine-winged spirit snakebird and left with you and the Four Extremes sect. After watching the people of the Four Extremes sect leave, the people of the Empyrean One Pavilion felt relieved as if they had just escaped with their lives. However, when they saw the silver-white mark on Qing Luo's throat and the fact that she was still mumbling silently with an ashen face, no one dared to make a sound. The people of the Temple of Holy Fire also heaved a sigh of relief, but they were even more worried. Zhang Hanja glanced at Yunxiao, who was meditating, and said with a frown, "Young master, I'm afraid that this kid won't be able to absorb the medicinal power of the Sky Soul Herb in a short time. Are we just going to wait here? Why don't we leave some people to protect him while we continue to pursue the Four Extremes sect?" Qian Wudi asked, "Why are we chasing the Four Extremes sect? Do you really believe in Noah's ship? If the information was even a little bit accurate, it wouldn't be the battlefield for us. It seems to be quite safe here. I've also entered closed-door cultivation to consume that thing. All of you, spread out and guard the area within a 5-mile radius. Kill anyone who dares to come close." The building on the surface of the gold coin was like a palace. He walked into the secret room on the lower floor. Zhang Hanja was stunned for a moment, then immediately ordered the rest to spread out. Dozens of money gang experts scattered and hid in the surroundings. A netherworld battleship and a huge gold coin were floating in the air quietly. After Yunxiao swallowed the heavenly soul herb, the surging medicinal power not only spread into his limbs and bones, but also poured into his dantian. It was like a pot of boiling water in his dantian, with heat constantly surging out. Tier 9 medicinal strength. If not for his fleshy body being tyrannical, he would not be able to withstand it at all. Even so, he showed a pained expression. He felt hot and cold at times. Even Yifan, who was beside him, was affected. His expression became serious. The demon dragon's voice came from his soul. "It really is the Sky Soul Herb. This is the world's most precious soul-nourishing item. You are really a person with great luck. Someone would even send this kind of thing." Although the Tao fruit of the 7 constellations realm is not something great, Yunxiao replied in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, "Even if it's just a roll of toilet paper, can be sold for a good price at a critical moment. If it wasn't for the fact that I really need this heavenly soul herb, I could have fought with him for a greater profit." The demonic dragon was speechless. He had gained such a huge advantage, yet he was still not satisfied. Yunxiao's breathing gradually grew rough, as if the medicinal power was too overbearing. It began to swim along his meridians and spread all over his body, causing him to feel a stabbing pain. As the medicinal power spread, his body began to corrode. Zhang Hanja, who was sitting on the gold coin, opened his eyes slightly. When he saw the painful expression on Yunxiao's face, he snorted with dissatisfaction and murmured, "It's a pity that you can't even absorb 10% of the grade 9 spirit herb with your body. If a martial emperor were to consume it with 60 to 70% of its medicinal effect, you wouldn't be able to withstand it." After saying that, he closed his eyes and sat down again, no longer paying attention to the changes in Yunxiao's body. "Don't worry, young master," the jar said. "Yunxiao has taken a 9th-tier spirit herb, so it's normal for him to suffer a backlash from the medicinal power. However, due to the limitations of his body and meridians, the medicinal power could not be fully exerted. Therefore, it would only be painful and he would be fine. Just get through it." Yifan had also consumed high-level spirit herbs before. He knew the relationship between them. He said, "Everyone, take a good rest. We don't know what kind of suffering is waiting for us." He directly sat down and closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. Feng Zhu and the others looked at each other and did not dare to disobey. They all sat down to meditate. After what happened just now, Yifan did not run away in the face of danger. He was righteous, and his image in the hearts of the people of the Temple of Holy Fire had already been established. Yunxiao's body was constantly heating up. If one looked carefully, they would find that almost every blood hole in his body was burning with flames, and they were getting stronger and stronger, making him tremble in pain. In the midst of the immense pain, there was a very clear power that trickled through his sea of consciousness, nourishing his soul. The demonic dragon also benefited a lot and laughed. "Ha ha! Kid, bear with it. Try your best to stimulate the medicinal power, so that you and I can have a good time. Xianxia trembled in pain as he cursed. I'm the one who suffers, and you're the one who benefits. Is there anything more tragic than this in the world? The demonic dragon greedily absorbed the soul power. He felt so energetic as he laughed. You and I are now spiritually connected. If one suffers, we suffer. Besides, you have to suffer in pain to be above others. You have to absorb at least 20 to 30% of the medicinal power to live up to your name, Gu Feiyang. Xianxia ignored him. Besides, the dragon was telling the truth. This kind of soul power fusion and sharing would bring great benefits to both sides. He began to circulate the Great Expansion divine technique while making a few ugly and strange movements. They were really postures of the tyrant body tempering technique to reduce the pain on his body. Humph, it's already deformed from the pain with such a small amount of medicine. How useless! Xianxia opened her eyes and gave Xianxia a cold look, her face full of disdain. As soon as he used the tyrant body tempering technique, the pain was greatly reduced. His body began to absorb the medicinal power crazily, and his meridians began to expand under the scouring. The medicinal power that gushed out of his dantian was getting stronger and stronger, and the speed was getting faster and faster. The demonic dragon seemed to have realized something and said in shock, "Kid, you're crazy. Could it be that you're trying to stimulate all the power of this medicinal herb? Your mighty tyrant body might be able to resist it, but what about your cultivation? You're only at the martial ancestor realm. You're playing with fire." Xianxia ignored him. He gritted his teeth as the medicinal power kept gushing out of his dantian. He was using a secret technique that used his dantian as a cauldron to temper the medicinal power, allowing him to unleash the medicinal properties to the greatest extent. However, it was extremely dangerous. If one was not careful and did not control it well, their dantian would be shattered. In the worst case, they would die on the spot, and in the best case, they would be crippled. The demonic dragon was a little shocked. He said hurriedly, "I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. If you win, you'll only advance one rank, but if you lose, you'll be completely dead." Xianxia changed his hand gesture and cried out coldly, "Hurry up and cultivate. Stop talking nonsense. There are less than 10 of these sky soul herbs in the entire continent, and I'm a 9th-tier alchemist. How can I waste such a precious material? Today, I'll use my body as a furnace and fully utilize this spiritual herb." He changed his hand seal and the refining speed in his dantian accelerated. The medicinal power suddenly increased and gushed out, causing his whole body to hurt again. Ah! He clenched his teeth so hard that they bled, and he was trembling extremely badly. Painful roars came from the depths of his soul, shaking the demonic dragon's heart. But, after following Gu Feiyang for so many years, he naturally knew his temper. With a determined look in his eyes, he began to frantically perform the secret technique of the dragon clan to absorb the violent soul power. The only thing he could do now was to absorb as much as possible to alleviate Xianxia's pain. The tyrant body tempering technique changed, and his whole body bent down and trembled violently. Big brother Xianxia. Yifan was shocked by his exaggeratedly excruciating pain. He wanted to help, but he didn't know what to do. "Young master, don't touch him. Just endure it," Qi Guang said. Xianxia's body is indeed much stronger than an ordinary martial grandmaster's, and I guess that's the reason why the efficacy of the medicine has been stimulated a lot. Judging from his painful look, the efficacy of the medicine is at least 8 or 9%. 8 to 9% of a grade 9 spirit herb's medicinal power. Yifan's expression changed. Even if he was a martial emperor, it would be extremely difficult for him to endure this level of medicinal power. On the big gold coin, Xianxia looked suspicious. He saw that Xianxia's body was almost touching the ground, and he was trembling violently. He did not believe that this body could withstand 8 to 9% of the medicinal power of a 9th-grade spirit herb. At this moment, in Xianxia's dantian, nearly half of the medicinal strength of the heavenly soul herb had been refined. After the pain reached a critical point, and with the continuous recovery of his soul power, it finally gradually entered the bearable range. At this moment, His whole body was drenched in sweat. Roar! The demonic dragon's roar resounded in his soul. It roared loudly and said, "Ha ha! This feeling is too good. I've already fully recovered." He revealed an expression of shock, as well as deep admiration, and said, "Kid, you can't really be thinking of squeezing out all of the medicinal power, right? In our current state, we can't absorb that much at all." "You think too highly of me," Xianxia said through gritted teeth. "Even a 9th-tier alchemist can't say that he can exert 100% of the medicinal effect. Moreover, I'm using my physical body to refine it, so it'll be a miracle if I can get 70%. 70% is already heaven-defying." The demonic dragon was moved. "I'll use my secret art again and try to push your soul power to the peak of the 6th rank." The demon dragon crouched down and began to gradually merge its body into Xianxia's soul. Xianxia's soul power was only at the peak of the 5th tier, but a new, more powerful soul power appeared, directly crossing into the realm of a 6th-tier alchemist, and began to devour the medicinal power of the spirit herb. The peak of the 6th step? Xianxia suddenly gave a cry in his heart and calmed his mind completely. He tried his best to get rid of the pain in his body and let the soul that had been fused with him be nourished. After an unknown amount of time, a peaceful expression began to appear on his face. The medicinal power in his dantian also gradually withered and eventually disappeared. "I'm still quite a distance away from the peak of rank 6, the demon dragon sighed. The two soul powers suddenly separated. His soul power value dropped sharply, but it still remained above the 6th step. Xianxia checked the condition of his body and seemed to be very satisfied. He chuckled and said, "It's enough that a single heavenly soul herb can help me reach level 6. Only then did he slowly open his eyes, which were as clear as day. "Everyone, sorry for the long wait." He smiled lightly. "Humph, I gave you a grade 9 spiritual herb to swallow, but you didn't even advance a single star. What a waste." Qian Wudi's voice came from the big gold coin, and he seemed to be very distressed. "It looks like you didn't even use 10% of the medicinal power." Qian Wudi's voice came from the big gold coin, and he seemed to be very distressed. "It looks like you didn't even use 10% of the medicinal power." The spirit chi of a 9th-tier spirit herb was so strong that even if it devoured 5% of it, it was enough for Xianxia to advance 1 star. Xianxia smiled wryly in his heart. For every star he advanced, he said that the spirit chi he needed was 10 times, or even dozens of times, that of ordinary warriors. Putting aside the fact that most of the spiritual herb's energy had been absorbed by his body, even if it were all absorbed into his dantian and converted for his own use, he still had no confidence in advancing. He looked at Qian Wudi's appearance. Although he was still a 1-star martial emperor, his temperament had changed greatly, and it seemed a little difficult to see through him. "How are you? Have you comprehended all the martial intent of the 7 constellations realm?" Xianxia asked with a smile. All the martial intent of the 7 constellations realm. At that moment, everyone was shocked, and they immediately understood what they were exchanging with Xianxia. Zhang Hanja was also shocked. No wonder Qian Wudi's aura was completely different after he came out of seclusion. Even though his cultivation level did not increase, it was as if he was in a hazy fog, making it difficult to see clearly. Qing Luo was also taken aback. She did not expect Xianxia to have such a thing. The Tao fruits of the 7 constellations didn't mean much to them, but to the rich and powerful sects, they would spare no effort to collect such things in order to cultivate their elite disciples. Moreover, the 2 meetings of the Merchant Union were about to begin, and only young people were attending. Among the younger generation, it was already the best to have the cultivation of a martial emperor. It was no wonder that Qian Wudi could accept the harsh price Xianxia offered. The look in her eyes as she looked at Xianxia became complicated again, and she was even more convinced that he was Li Huaqi's eldest cousin. Otherwise, how could an unknown young man have so many treasures? Qian Wudi looked at him coldly and said arrogantly, "You don't have to worry about that. I'm looking forward to seeing you in Yang City. If I'm not mistaken, you're going to represent Tianyuan Trading Company." Seeing that Xianxia did not deny it, there was a hint of excitement in his eyes as he said, "Very good. When the time comes, I will prove what I said today and print the sole of my shoe on your face. Xiao smiled and said, why don't we make another bet? Not too much. Just 1 billion medial-grade primordial stones. How about it? Oh? Even a rich man like Chen Wudi sucked in a breath of cold air, his eyes flashing with a cold light. When you die in my hands, who am I going to get the primeval stones from? Don't forget, Xiao said with a smile. You still owe me 1.1 billion. If I lose, you don't have to pay me back. Chen Wudi's heart moved, and he was about to agree. After all, 1 billion mid-grade origin stones was not something that he could afford to take out easily. But when he thought of Xiao's cultivation base in Mount Meru, which was only at the level of a martial king, his strength that was comparable to a martial emperor had left a deep impression in his heart. Now, Xiao's cultivation base had reached the peak of 3 stars martial grandmaster, and he could break through to 4 stars at any time. In that case, how strong he was now was an unknown. Chen Wudi, who was originally full of confidence, started to hesitate and lose his confidence. Xianxia, who was standing at the side, felt that the atmosphere was a little off. He frowned and said, young master, with your strength, what's wrong? Chen Wudi blushed slightly as he looked at Xiao arrogantly and said, good. I'll bet 1 billion medial-grade primordial stones. Xiao smiled and praised, young master Wudi, I'm really looking forward to it. I heard that the 2 most powerful cultivation techniques of Money Sect are the Shining Sun Scroll and the Broken Moon Scroll. Back then, your uncle Chen Konglai used 2 volumes of the grimoire to display his might on the Heaven and Earth power chart. He was ranked 22nd and the world looked up to him. Chen Wudi's expression changed slightly and he snorted, not saying anything. Chen Konglai was the #1 expert in the Money Sect. He was extremely talented and had a great reputation. Originally, the position of the president of the Money Chamber of Commerce was undoubtedly his. That year, he went to participate in the ranking battle with great ambition. After he returned, he didn't say a word and directly moved out of the sect to live in seclusion alone. He also vowed that he would never come out of seclusion unless he achieved great success. Money Sect had lost a top expert. Everyone was depressed when they talked about this. As for Chen Wudi's father, Chen Shang, he took a huge advantage and became the president. Zhang Hanja sighed. The only person who can learn the Shining Sun and Broken Moon Scrolls is Lord Kong Lai. He paused for a moment, then sighed. Back then, when you had free time, the Broken Moon treasured scroll was on you. I heard that someone else snatched it away. Ah, ha, ha, ha. Xiao chuckled dryly as beads of sweat oozed out of his forehead. Who's so wicked to steal someone else's martial technique scroll? Chen Wudi said coldly. This was originally a secret of the sect, but after so many years, many people know about it. There was no harm in saying it out loud, but as for snatching the person's kasaya, he stopped and said, I don't know who it is. Uncle had never mentioned it. Maybe he wants to take it back for himself. Zhang Han sighed. It's not that easy. Only someone in the top 20 of the Heaven and Earth power chart would be able to steal something from Master Kong Lai. The Heaven and Earth power chart. Chen Wudi's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Cough, cough. Xiao coughed dryly. That's a little off topic. Young Master Wudi, remember to come. When he looked at Chen Wudi now, he was like an elemental stone mountain. 2.1 billion yuan was enough for him to cultivate to the peak of the martial ancestor realm. Humph! Chen Wudi snorted angrily. He was disgusted by Xiao's look as if he was a piece of fat meat. All of a sudden, everyone's heart stirred. They raised their heads and looked around, only to see that a large number of 5-element spirit-devouring rats had begun to become agitated. They were all flying in one direction at a rapid speed, covering the sky and the earth as they flew away. Big brother Xiao. Yifan suddenly called out, his face showing a strange and anxious expression. He kept looking around. Xiao's heart trembled, and he immediately understood. Yifan only showed such an anxious expression because he sensed Noah's ship. However, there were too many people here and he didn't even dare to transmit his voice. He was afraid of being caught and then he would die. Xiao glanced at the spirit rats that were flying away quickly and said, These rats came and left in a strange way. There must be a reason. Brother Wudi, are you interested in taking a look? Chen Wudi looked hesitant. He had just swallowed the 7 constellation Dao fruit and was bent on cultivating in seclusion. Qing Luo finally broke the silver mark on her throat and spoke. She seemed to have held it in for too long, so she spoke in a single breath. I'm not going. I suddenly remembered that I still have important matters to deal with in the sect, so I'll take my leave. The mountain will not move. The water will move. We will meet again. This trip to the demon plains was just a casual visit after receiving a notice from the higher-ups, but she did not expect to almost lose her life. She could not stay here for another moment. The rest of the Empyrean 1 Pavilion's people also responded, hoping to return home. Yun Xiao laughed in his heart and said, Since that's the case, Lady Qing Luo, can you lend me this netherworld warship? Borrow a battleship. Qing Luo pulled a long face and said coldly, Li Yun Xiao, do you think this warship is a cabbage? He just borrowed it. If it's damaged, can you afford to pay for it? Yun Xiao turned to Chen Wudi and said, Brother Wudi, I want to borrow their warship. Can you help me? Qing Luo's expression changed drastically as she looked at the gold coin with a dark expression. Chen Wudi also knew that Yun Xiao wanted to use his power to snatch the warship, so he immediately laughed and said, The battleship belongs to them? What can I do? I also suddenly remembered that I still have very important matters to deal with in the sect, so I'll take my leave. The mountain will not move. The water will move. We will meet again. The gold coin began to move slowly and was about to leave. Qing Luo breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Yun Xiao and the others and sneered. But since we've been through thick and thin together for so long, I'll lend you a smaller one. She threw out a beam of light, and a Tiger King chariot appeared outside the battleship. Although the chariot was small, it was enough to accommodate them. When Yun Xiao saw that Chen Wudi was really leaving, he knew that there was no hope for him to seize the warship. He could only sigh and say, Then we'll meet again. Take care, everyone. I hope we'll meet again in Yang City. He and the people from the Hall of Holy Fire jumped onto the Tiger King chariot. Yifan rejoiced in his heart. If so many people went, he would not know what to do. Qing Luo laughed and said, Haha, we will definitely go to Yang City. You'd better take good care of yourself. She laughed and turned the warship around, turning into a beam of light and leaving. Chen Wudi also said goodbye and disappeared. Yun Xiao suddenly frowned and sighed as he watched the Netherworld warship disappear in the air. Yifan was puzzled. Big brother Yun Xiao? Isn't it better for them to leave? We can act on our own. Yun Xiao sighed and said, Qing Luo and the others may be in danger. Other than them, there are other people on that battleship. The others. The few people from the Hall of Holy Fire looked at each other in confusion. Furthermore, there were so many people on the battleship, yet no one had discovered it. How did he know? When Yun Xiao was eating the heavenly soul herb to cultivate earlier, he had sensed the person hiding in the warship, but he could not be sure. When he fused with the demonic dragon's soul, his soul power had reached the peak. He was sure that there were 5 people hiding in the battleship, and they were all very powerful. He cast aside his distracting thoughts and said, Let's not care about them. Yifan, what did you sense? Yifan's face was serious. Aura. The aura of Noah's ship. I feel a kind of summoning. Noah's ship is summoning me. This feeling is very strong. Yun Xiao was taken aback as he looked in the direction where the spirit mouse had disappeared. Frowning, he said, If Noah's boat is really in the demon's land, then only one person knows it best, and that is the Rat Emperor. What is he trying to do with so many spiritual rats flying around?